agenda for national growth. When the ordinary Liberians, home and abroad, are seeking a platform to make a clarion call to their leaders for a hygienic, political, social, and economical landscape in the motherland, there is one platform that is authentic they always count on. Spoon Talk, the beacon of hope, the fountain of authentic information for this dispensation and dispensations to come. Join the team of panelists Mondays to Saturdays, 8 p.m. locally, 4 Eastern Time, and other timings across the world. Tune into our radio services, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We can also be reached on social media through Facebook or YouTube on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV Live. Locally tune in to Super TV Channel 10. Spoon Talk, Spoon Talk, Spoon Talk, setting Liberia's agenda for national growth.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Man. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
The CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Man. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in
Henry Ford said, and I quote, "There is joy in work. There is no happiness except in the realization that we have accomplished something." Spoon Talk is here again. It's where you get knowledge to make informed contribution to national growth. Spoon Talk is here. Spoon Talk is there. Spoon Talk is everywhere.
What is happening?
We are the beacon of hope, the fountain of beautiful broadcasting for this dispensation and dispensations to come. the CEO and the rest of the team in the US shall be joining. So we have Dr. Francine Chenoweth Richardson. She's with us. James Goodeflomo is on the other end. My name is Rufus Divine Cannon, your sound coordinator for tonight's presentation. Before more shall I do, and over the pendulum to the team in the US. How you doing?
I'm good, Rufus Divine Carney. How are you doing?
I'm grateful always. James, how you doing?
We're gonna complain. We stay here.
The guy interested.
Nobody will listen to him say he complain. Now, when they call money, so when they call can listen to him. How you guys doing today?
Grateful we are.
We are grateful.
Yes. Well, it's good to be here. It feels like I was just here Saturday with James. We had a day of rest. I'm recovering from a slight cold. My grandbaby was sick, so I think when the baby's sick and you're around the baby, so you as a mother, you're bound to get some kind of effect of that. I think it's amazing if you stay running around. I don't want anyone suffering right now. I guess the older you are, it takes a while for your body to recover compared to young people. Yeah. So today is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to hearing the discussions with my fellow panelists today. There's so many issues. I saw the flyer. CEO organized a list of topics for us to discuss. We're going to be discussing the sanctions, East International, the company that is in charge of the RIA highway, Liberian diplomats held in South Korea for alleged rape, and Minister Samuel Toure returns to Liberia. So we got a mouthful, I would say, of topics today. It's going to be heated. It's really, I can enjoy, the program when we have all these different discussions and all these different views. We get upset with each other, but we carry on. We carry on. So the most important thing, somebody was asking me, you guys fight all the time. How come? But every day you guys come back, you don't get mad and just say, forget it. And I always think about what a great job you guys at the studios do. You get all the news, all the information. And I also think about how the CEO, his family, they're into humanitarian work. That's actually what keeps me going. He's always into supporting Liberian-owned business. I think over the weekend, James, when we're here, all of a sudden they cut into our program and they were actually supporting a Liberian-owned business, Makan, who is they drove all the way almost 2 hours, I believe, to just go and support her business. That's really great. And it's not uncommon, when Miss Harris was here, she sent me a thank you note, James. She said I should tell you thank you. It's not uncommon for a CEO to just allow people to come and use his platform free. Well, sometimes they pay, yeah. But to be able to voice their opinion, but if they're in America, you'll be paying a whole heck of, for me, that's why I say it's a little free, but in America, you'll be paying tons of money to get your message across to over this media. So he charges people, but it's nothing compared to if you're in America. So Ms. Harris was here with us, letting the people of Grand Bassa kind of know, her desire to run her vision. So, those are the kind of things that keep me, with the station, keep me going, keep me more ready to argue with Kev or CEO or anybody else for that matter on the issues. So Rufus Divine Cannon, you want to give us some updates as to what's going on in the country before we welcome our viewers?
Lots of interesting developments behind the scene, but we're still trying to do follow-ups on those stories. We got our information from the TB Annex. The Ministry of Health need to do more, the government in particular. There is this situation that has to do with electricity at that institution. The lack of electricity is calling at a point where we have patients going there and leaving without treatment due to the lack of electricity. Oh yes. So we got a tip
You
up
mean
from.
a highly contagious disease, TB?
Oh yeah, seriously.
People are living there going to be among the population. It's very highly communicable disease.
Oh yes, that's one of the things that we want the government, in particular the Ministry of Health, to pay keen attention to, because mind you, when these people leave due to the lack of electricity getting to the public, a lot more need to be done. We went there and we saw what we could see is terrible. Seriously, it's
I
very
don't mean
terrible.
to distract you a little bit, Rufus, but I gotta tell you a story about how these people take these diseases so seriously in this country. You know, as a child growing up in Liberia, I believe we all had to get the TB virus. I don't know if you guys still do it, but there's most people of my generation who had to get vaccinated for the TB virus because it's highly communicable. So that virus stays in your system. When certain jobs that you want in this country, you have to get TB test. And so I never realized that I still had this virus in my system. I didn't even know I had the vaccination, because you know when you small children in Liberia, parents just go to do vaccination, they just give you vaccination, what kind of vaccination you taking, that not your business, that your parents' business, right? So when I came in here, I tested positive. You know, you have to do the skin test, and if it rises, it tells you that you have TB. And the doctors didn't even know. I mean, those people put me in under seclusion. I was asked not to leave. I had to stay in a secluded spot until we actually came to a determination that I had taken the vaccine. That's why, you know, it appeared that I had TB. But from now on, after that, whenever I had other jobs that require me to get a health test, such as TB, because I work with people, so it's important that I get health tested. I get security clearance from the police station. It happens every year. But I have to get my chest x-ray done, because if I take this regular TB test where they have to do the skin test, it comes up positive. It's a false positive. And then so I always have to get my chest x-ray done to show that I don't have TB. So this is how serious these people take the test. I mean, they have me isolated. I was treated. I mean, I actually, they were giving pills to start the treatment. And then a social worker started to ask, let's dig a little bit more into her history. And I didn't know myself. I mean, now I know, now I'm educated. So this is how serious there was no way where you go to get help for TB and because of electricity, you just get into the population like that. It's highly communicable. Yeah.
Another thing has to do with the young people, the issue that has to do with drug. The president, we can remember, the president launched a campaign where to take the young people who are on drug from the streets and rehabilitate them. That is not really in full swing as it started on. So mind you, lots of young people going astray, turning into what we call Zogos, all because of the intake of these bad substances. Keen attention need to be placed on that.
Yes. We need help. That's all I can say. We need help in our country. We need serious professional help. Serious professional help. Yeah. Substance abuse is no joke. No joke. It's highly addictive. I don't even know what to say. I mean, yeah. Jane, good day. Why you acting quiet over there? You know you can talk like it.
Nothing. I'm just here. Thinking about something that is beyond my control. I'm told Cummins.
Echo. Yeah, CDC good day. CDC good day is coming to talk. Let's go. Okay. Get all your sisters before the panelists come. Talking.
But it's not confirmed. I'm told Cummins is negotiating in the back to collaborate with GNB.
Okay. You don't want breaking the news there. It really beyond your control for you. Couldn't help it. Just do not help it. I will not confirm or deny. Yeah.
And in communication, when someone says, I cannot confirm or deny, it means that that conversation or that specific topic has magnitude of truth in it. So people who will tell you no comment, I cannot confirm or deny, you better take that communication serious.
Is that a trial balloon?
I'm just saying something. Maybe CEO Adam, but
yeah,
I just heard it in the corner. I was passing, I heard it in the street corner.
What street corner the guy in Poland? Like you pass it back.
Oh, they got street here again.
They got street corner in there.
No street corner here again.
No.
James, what did you hear? What's happening? What you say you heard, James?
I heard something in the street corner when I was.
Everything was talking yesterday. You hear what I don't want to. You hear Rufa talking about the TV.
I met James. I came on when James was speaking, man. I didn't.
Let's start from the beginning.
That will be going against the time. So James, continue.
I said on my way from school today in the street corner, I heard people saying ANC political leader Cummings is trying to collaborate with GNP so they can have one ticket.
James, I can tell you this, and I will tell everyone listening, I think it will be a beautiful thing. I think they should try. Get ready. He doesn't want to hear this. I think it will be something unique. And I hope, if not even a collaboration, but what I'm hearing that they are opening the room of conversation, that they can drink tea together, that they should have the time to, Mr. Cummings going out there to GMB, sitting down and just talking, and to me that would be one of the best things. James, you want to close your other laptop? Your laptop behind you? And I think that's the best thing. That would be so beautiful if you have JMB and Mr. Cummings just taking a stroll. One Saturday morning, Mr. Cummings going to visit JMB. They sit down and just drinking tea, reading newspaper, front page newspaper, and just talking about life, and just talk about the political situation in the country. It shouldn't be about we collaborate. No, I don't think they should be on that level yet. Mr. Cummings say, hey, big brother, I just here to pay your visit this Saturday afternoon or this Saturday morning, and maybe invite you in. Just sit and talk, and I believe it will happen. If you see someone that, what's his name? Louis Brown, Tucker McIntosh, these guys, they are talking. James, it would be a good thing for the opposition. But if the opposition where they are today, folks, let me see somebody tell me if I'm mistaken, to just have them sitting, just talking about life, talking about Liberia, to just have them sitting talking about the rest situation, talking about the sanctions. They should have that. I'm not saying collaborating. No, I'm just saying having a conversation. That Chinwe Richardson, a conversation. Hey, you know what, big brother? Listen, you from the agriculture. You work at LPMC. VP, you did this thing in your life. It just Mr. Comey asking him, why are we here? If we get a vast rainforest, land area that we can plant our own rice, then Mr. Cummings will be quiet and just look at JMB, and JMB will reply and say, but my son, I did X, Y, and Z when I was at LPMC. Put the negative stuff behind you and do this because of Liberia and take the fight together to Josh Manawia. So what is out there is not about who be first and who be second. No. Tell Richard, say, I don't know what you think about this, but I'm hearing it. And I think that's the way to start. You know, let's stop the chimney. That we call it in Yucatan chimney, cutting speech. And let's just get into, you know, the kind of conversation that will raise up hope, that will stimulate the mind. That when you see Costa sitting on his show or an ANC fellow sitting, they cannot criticize because the others in the room have accepted to be friends again. And Mr. Cummings looking at JMB and say, you know what? Let's bygone be bygone. The court issue, I forgave you. This is about Liberia. And JMB looking at Mr. Cummings and say, you know what, Alex, I know you love Liberia so much. I know you care about Liberia so much. And that's the day you will see Kev Hassan in Jobo Jobo. And that's the day you will see CDC running head to scatter, because it would be the best damn thing to do for the sake of opposition. So what we are hearing, guys, this is just a prelude to our show. And what happened? Mr. Cummings and JMB going to sit together. They're going to have a good conversation. It's not about collaborating. Don't get us wrong. It's not about who first or who second. No. It's just the fact that we will sit down and talk the Liberian way. They will drink tea together. They will eat cola together. And thereafter, they will pick up the cell phone every week and make that one phone call. What's your take on the fuel situation? What's your take on the rest situation? What's your take on the education? There are folks in Liberia, children, selling chew gum and food and bread between cars. Then JMB will say, but I was coming from my headquarters, Unity Party headquarters on Broad Street. And this little 11-year-old came to the window of my car and knocked the window and said, you won't buy chew gum? And Mr. Cummings will say, this is so pitiful. We have to do something. And then that will be a new day for the opposition. Folks, it can happen. And thank you for agreeing with me, though. It can happen. Whether they go together, whether CDC beat on them, but this is what the Liberian people are asking for. You see, I'm talking Kev Checo. You see, they're calling Kev now. You see, he Checo.
Yeah, blue.
Too much is at stake, my people. When you talk about Liberia, too many things happening. Those that have love for the country, those that with everything, they got to make the greatest sacrifice. They have to sacrifice. They have to speak truth to power. They should forget about you that day you caused me. That day your surrogate said this. No, Liberia is bigger. That day you said your speech, you criticize. No. Liberia is bigger than your own ego. So as the folks begin to come on, we want to say this to you. We want to encourage you today. We still got time. With less than 1 year to go, we still got time. And that meeting must happen. We ain't talking about collaboration. No. We're talking about coming together and say who will be president or vice. No. We're just talking about the moment that we will see them drinking coffee, and Mr. Cummings hold the front page newspaper, and JMB got a coffee mug in his hand. They sit them side by side. Scare the devil out of CDC. Scare the devil out of Kev Hassan. Come on, man. Come on, guys. Nelson, I say, I'm with you, Nelson. We got to tell those political leaders. Sekou, you are correct. No, everybody is agreeing with what we are saying. Dr. Richardson, that's what the people need. We are not talking about collaboration. No. We will get to it. We are only saying the day that we can sit together and drink tea. And just say, you know what, for the sake of country. Well, guys, we want to welcome every one of you. Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson, welcome to the Spoon Talk again. It's a good thing having you always. I know your husband is mad like hell because it beat his team. I was so happy that it beat this team. It was so sorry. I was sorry for it.
Don't worry, just be talking. You soon get a call from him.
Honorable Kev Hassan, Kefiko Ahmed, how you doing, my brother?
Not bad. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we gotta watch it. The Anthony Mariah Kula is on set, so we gotta be very careful. She will beat on us with that legal mind. Anthony Mariah Kula, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm okay.
Cool. God money us.
Kathy
All right, my dear.
Dr. Richardson.
Okay, thank you.
God money us, man.
How are you?
That's your end.
I'm doing really well. Thank God, I can't complain. Who will listen to say?
Aye, that's the question. Who will listen? But we are grateful. We're going to start the show on a beautiful. It is a beautiful in the country. Rufus, can you please put up the flyer? Let's see those topics. It's raining over here, but yet it still is beautiful. I received information on sanction today. Something very credible. I don't know what you're hearing out there. We're going to just discuss on these 5 topics, updates on everything. You know more than I do. Give me your piece. Anything else on your mind, we can discuss it. Today is Monday, it's more relaxing. Nothing serious happening today in the country as relating to news information. So we'll be honest with our folks, take some phone calls and get out of here by 6 o'clock. I hope so. And because other things we will be discussing thereafter. I'm going to bring in other conversation announcement you have. And then sanction is international. This is international thing is something that those people that building the Rabafi Highway, RIA Highway, that it never finished, is international. Who are they? I received information today that something is happening with them, and this will have serious effect on that road that they are building. The Liberal diplomats held in South Korea. What's the update with them? Since the first week of October, we spoke about this. But something they're saying that Liberal, the government has turned their back on them. The government has turned their back on these guys. So we'll be discussing. I don't know. The Minister Samuel Tuah is back in the country. What are some of the good things he brought? He's back in the country. Minister Samuel D. Tuah, Finance Minister. I believe he's back now, or he's on his way. He should be back today, or whatever the date is, but he's back. Those information, others, his activities in America, we will be discussing it. Guys, let's have a wonderful conversation. May the Lord guide our tongues, that we will be faithful to the Liberian people and tell them the truth, nothing but the truth, so help us, oh God. Dr. Richardson, the first thing on the agenda, something James brought about, which is true, of course. Mariah can speak to that because you have more understanding on that. People are yearning for that day, that time to see Joseph Yima Boyka and Mr. Cummings just drinking tea. We're not talking about collaboration. just drinking tea, just
Can
coming together.
we add to the discussion a few other things? I mean, I know we have limited time, but you mentioned nothing major happening news-wise, but I think there are other major news to talk about. The PPCC rejected the bid for the company that's supposed to be doing the.
You want to discuss it today? We're receiving that information to discuss it tomorrow. That's why.
Okay, all right.
But we'll brush on it today because I
That's
have
fine.
that.
We can talk about it tomorrow. You got plenty of things on the plate, but we also need to talk about the wave. I mean, it's not new, but of domestic violence deaths in the country in both Palm County and Nimba, in Maryland. And so I think it's something we do need to talk about. If we can add that on the agenda, or we can talk about it tomorrow as well, given today's.
No, we can talk about the domestic violence because you're talking about the death situation, right? The person, Mr. Williams, the guy. Okay. All right, but we can brush on that.
The two ladies who were killed in Palm County as well.
Yeah. But we can brush on the PPCC since you brought it up. I was waiting for one document. I was promised to receive the document. That's why I took it off the list. But it's okay. Dr. Richardson, just real quick, 30 seconds. Folks agreeing with us. They want to see that meeting, not a collaboration, not come to Jesus moment, but just a quick meeting. Mr. Cummings, Waka sitting there and just chit-chatting for a few minutes. What do you think?
I think it's a good idea. I think every time you have any kind of amicable friendship sort of going on, it can be productive. You can talk about how to develop our country. So I don't think it's a bad idea at all. They're not keeping speech. What I know, I spend many times sitting down with Mr. Cummings. He's a very good listener. It amazes me. Sometimes I think he's almost like a therapist because he doesn't even take notes. So I think Mr. Cummings and Mr. Boka sitting down, they can learn from each other. Mr. Boka can tell him about living in Liberia for all these years, and Mr. Cummings can, tell him some updated issues relating to technology and how he intends to improve the country. So I think it's a good thing. I think anytime you sit two people down to talk, you can get something out of it. There's two heads better than one. I learned that a long time ago.
And I think when we were making this conversation, a lot of our followers were agreeing with us. So you're quite correct, Kev.
Well, a lot of people within the opposition black have this illusion, have this mentality to see them. Yeah, it shows how strong and solid the CDC. So all they want to do to come together, they're not finding a way to defeat this president. But again, they have several meetings together. They have meeting in Ghana. They have some things and went on somewhere in Europe. They had a lot of meetings. So I don't know what meeting they want again, but they had a lot of discussion behind those, and I think that they all are Liberians. They will meet and say hi, but they had a lot of meetings. Were not fruitful. But I can understand the illusion of some of the opposition black. I can understand
that. Right.
I mean, I'm struggling with this conversation because politically, the parties have to have conversations around working together in terms of issues that affect all of them collectively, whether it's the biometric, the census. As Mr. Cummings have been talking about these things for months now, it's something that all of the opposition parties need to add a voice to ensure that it goes well. so that the 2023 elections can go well. And the issues around elections integrity is something that all opposition parties need to talk about. Matter of fact, I know that our partners have cited the three parties, the ANC, the CPP, the UP, and the CDC, to meetings around having conversations with free, fair elections. So those meetings will take place. Now, personally, as to Mr. Cummings and Ambassador Boyka meeting and drinking tea, that's above my pay grade. Basically, I can't speak to that. It's personal, but Mr. Cummings will be a better person, a better human being than I am, to drink tea with someone who testified against me in a bogus case that he knew was bogus and tried to have me convicted to be in prison, tarnish my reputation of over 40 plus years, and destroy me because of politics. I personally wouldn't, and that's just Mariah speaking. But Mr. Cummings is a better human being than I am, so maybe he will.
Somebody. No. Hey, Kev, let that do this thing quietly, man. It's too early. It's too early. It's too early. And I know we all get questions from No. We'll come back. I know we get a question because you took a whole different turn. Centurion, welcome to the Spoon Talk. What is on the floor right now is Mr. Cummings and JMB drinking tea. Just a tea, nothing more.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. You know, we're in a political season, and as the time progresses, we will notice that there will be a lot of discussions behind the scene. We will be talking, and right now, as I travel around individual Liberians or social gathering, Liberian activities, I noticed that the opposition, what they are saying amongst themselves, that at the end of the day, they all will, in the final analysis, come together to ensure that the CDC becomes a one-term government, and for now they are working out things. I'm sure they are talking behind the scene. A lot of talking behind the scene, and at the end of the day, it depends on the government, where the government is going. If the government continue to make mistakes and so forth, they're going to unite the opposition. Eventually, they'll be united. They'll come together. So, discussions are happening. We'll hear about discussions happening behind the scene, and there will be some people who travel the country. They'll go to African countries, European countries, and they'll have discussion. And vice versa. The CDC too. I'm sure the CDC too. They are making ways. They are talking to people too, trying to come together. So it's not strange when we hear that the oppositions, especially the key members of the opposition community, are talking, and we expect them to talk. At the end of the day, it's all about Liberia and about the greater good of Liberia. With less than 350 days to election, so we're gonna see what's gonna happen. A lot of strange things will happen. So it's not strange to me, though. I expect these things to happen.
Thank you very much, Centurion and Josh. Kev, I mean, you are asking Mariah a question or saying something?
No, what I was saying is that, you know, a lot of people will look at it, maybe they will say, oh, okay, you don't want them to come together. For me, I don't have no say within Mr. Cummings and the CPP. We you know, I hate on Mr. Cummings, and I personally want Mr. Cummings not to enter the CPP on this show, not to be there, not to go around. And but if that's the case, I'm not saying that's the case because they have the Wahala in court. But if that's the case, they know exactly they're going to take me to court to destroy my reputation. Why should I drink tea with the devil? Why should I sleep with the devil if that's the case? So that's why I say, well, where I come from, she know better within them than me. But with the ANC, she know. But if somebody want to destroy me, so why would I trust them anymore?
Okay.
Listen to what this is. What
you take record. Yeah.
On the interview.
What we got to go? Yeah, quick.
what he said on the interview, they're bringing better people within their party to join them, and people who they can trust. That was something he's sending to Cummings.
Thank you. I know you're going to the extreme now.
Yes, and this is something that I'm very serious about. Politically, they can talk. They can work together on issues that affect the country, that affect the people. That's politics. You don't have to be friends to work together in politics. But personally, with the friendship, like I said, it's left with the both of them. They were friends before. I know that for a fact. And so if that wasn't good enough and what transpired happened, it's now left with Mr. Cummings personally to decide if he still wants this friendship with Ambassador Boyka. I'm speaking to the friendship aspect, not the political collaboration aspect. You can work with anybody. But in terms of friendship, that's why I said if Mr. Cummings continues the friendship with Ambassador Boyka, he's a better human being than I am. Because personally, as a person, knowing what I know and what I know their relationship was and what I saw Ambassador Boyka do to Mr. Cummings, as an individual, personally, I would not continue that friendship.
Yeah, but this is not a personal Mariah though.
But Mr. Cummings,
this is not a personal Mariah.
That is, he's a better person than I am. So in terms of the friendship, in terms of sitting and drinking tea and chilling and hanging out at each other's homes or all of those things, that's personal. That's the friendship level. In terms of the politics, in terms of the parties working together, in terms of the meeting on issues of mutual concern, that's.
But Mariah, let me ask you a question before I bring in that to Richardson, because this is very important. I'm reading the folks. Most of them say, Mariah, we disagree with you.
And that's fine.
I know you're right. You say personally, you're talking about Mariah to Mariah. You say personally, you will be different. But again, put the personal side, put that on the side. Don't you think it will enhance the message of the opposition?
But I just said that politically, yes, they can work together. You don't have to be friends to work together. You don't have to even like each other to work together. Issues of mutual concerns, issue of national concerns, issues affecting the opposition, issues affecting the people of Liberia. Yes, they should. They should meet. They should discuss ways to work together. The parties can do that. The political leaders can do that. And I think they should do that.
So
but in terms of personal relationship, like I said, that's their.
Yeah, the buddy thing, that's not what you want. The buddy is up to them.
I would not.
Yeah, the buddy going to each other home, watch a movie. No, you're saying that it's personal.
Yeah.
But let me ask you a question before I go to that to Richardson though. What about the Urins?
What
Ben Urey.
What about?
The same question.
What's
your answer will be the same. Politically, they can talk, but the personal relationship to come back and say, my friend, my brother, it lasts for Mr. Cummings. Are you answering?
Of course. There's nothing different there. And like I said, it's me. Look, Mr. Cummings is a better human being than I am. Trust me. So he would, like I said, I wouldn't. But then in terms of, what the country deserves or the people deserve in terms of working together as organization, as political parties, yeah, they can do that. But in terms of buddies, friendship, I wouldn't. Maybe he would.
That's what Richard said.
My professionalism sort of guides me in responding to this question. When you're a professional person, you don't have to like someone to work with them, to have a common goal, which is to improve Liberia, to develop Liberia. I've been in the system for so long where I've had to work with so many people who are just my values and they just didn't gel. But the fact that we had common goals, there were things maybe I had to go to meetings with them. I had to do lunch meetings with them. So like I said, Mr. Cummings is a good listener. He has a good acuity in terms of determining people's behavior. And he knows how to interact in those situations as well. So I think he will be able to sit down. You have tea with you, but keep his distance, keep his limit. But I think Mariah did say, Mr. Cummings is a better human being than she is after what Buckeye put him through and what Mr. Ure put him through, you have to have some hesitation in relating to such a person. But I think professionally and politically, that can happen.
That's where we are. Wow. Liberia, oh Liberia. That's a big one. I mean, Kev Hassan just drank a cold bottle of water on that one. And in full support of Mariah tonight. Kev got one. He supported Mariah on what she just said. He's drinking his water. Let's see whether he's going to support Mariah on this next one. Let's talk about this. Yeah, this thing is crazy. But let's talk about this. Santumani, I want to bring you in on this one. These guys, they're in South Korea because it will bring us to our story about domestic violence, abuse, rape, and whatsoever. These guys, they're in South Korea, Santumani and George. She spoke to one of them. You know them very well. But something terrible is happening. Information reaching us that they have been abandoned. They have been left to do this all by themselves. The Liberian government have turned their back on them. Can you talk to us? And I would say that official held on rape charges in South Korea, beginning of this month. And what become of Moses Obenbrand, permanent representative to the International Maritime Organization, and Daniel Tai, the director of the Department of Marine Environment Protection. They are still there since the first week of October. They were visited by the second secretary at the embassy, from the embassy up there. And since then, nobody's speaking, no update. If it is not done correctly, folks, you guys are looking to spend at least 7 years in jail. Maximum. The first 10 days of intervention have expired. No minister or director from Liberia have gone there, but the second secretary. Talk to us in Tomali and Josh. Tell us exactly your take on this story. It's getting serious.
Well, initially when this happened, I chatted with Mr. Brown. At the time, he had access to his phone, and prior to this, to them formally charging them, and then afterwards, when they were charged, I think I don't know where I could talk to him again. But I know the government of Liberia sent his, I think the first secretary in the region there. And then since they were formally charged, they were waiting the process. But I think we need to contact Commissioner Eugene Nangwe and also perhaps the Foreign Ministry and to get some clarity on the status of these officials. No matter what happened, they were under the employ of the Liberian government when this occurred. They were representing the government of Liberia in South Korea. So regardless of what happened, the government of Liberia, under their jurisdiction, they should still be involved with them until the matter is adjudicated. So I think we should make contact with these officials of the government to find out the status of these officials. And last time I heard, they were going to be going through the Korean justice system. So
let me just interrupt you. No update. They were approached. We reached out. No updates into Money George.
No updates.
Yeah.
Commissioner Nangwe
from the government. No update.
Yes. And
the only thing I say as of this morning, I can tell you, you are quite correct. The first secretary went there. Since then, no delegation from the Liberian government, no deputy or minister proper. The 10 days have expired. I'm giving you information that I took. 10 days have expired. They are looking. If there is no further intervention, 7 years person term. That's the maximum. It's like you're on your own.
It's unfortunate, and because at least they should have some. I mean, as I said, if they were there on their own, like not in the capacity of the Liberian government, there's a different case. But whatever they did, they were still under our government jurisdiction. They're still in the employ of the government, and they are being charged. So I think the government of Liberia should be able to update the families and the Liberian people about the status of these officials. But to just not to be tight-lipped on it and abandon them, I don't think it's fair. And we have other people in foreign service. It will be something happening to them differently, and they will feel the same way. So I hope we can dig deeper to find out really what's the government's position on this right now.
That's Richardson.
So, it speaks to the competency of this government as it relates to diplomacy. Like when you say no update, they have not said what they can do or what they can't do. They never, study the rules or the culture to go and have further visits. We only had one visit, from what I understand, and since then, nobody has spoken about these government officials. On the other hand, the Korean people are not playing with the concept of domestic violence. If you did something in their country, you violated someone, you are going to pay the consequences. And our government seems not to they seem to be distracted by other things. Perhaps maybe they don't know how to work the diplomacy channel, or maybe they do, or maybe these guys are not worth, or the crime that these guys committed are not worth the Liberian government getting involved. But no update. That's what it says. Like you said, no update. Only one visit, and that's it. And they have to pay the price for their crime.
James, why you black their faces, James? We know them. Please unblack their faces, please. All right. So, Kev Hassan, before we get to Mariah.
Because folks don't have information doesn't mean that there's nothing going on. The government and folks that are in charge, like Eugene Nagbe and them, they are on top of this thing. It's a serious matter, and government to government channels through some diplomatic channels. So if anybody's saying they're not doing anything, that's not true. I know they are doing something. It may not be up there because some and backdoor discussion and all those things. North Korea is a country of law as well as Liberia is a country of law. So they gotta go through the proper channel, and the proper channel don't come overnight because it's a serious allegation. So those things don't come overnight. So they have to have talk behind those. So not because people not hearing anything, it doesn't mean things not working up. Things are going on. Talks are going on. That I can confirm to you guys. Talks are going on.
Thank you, Kev. Mariah?
Yeah, just before I come to that, I just wanted to say, something. You mentioned a lot of people saying they don't agree. Look, back to the previous discussion we're having, and I hold that position, and I'm not changing that position because it is what I truly believe. I don't think, I personally, as an individual, will not continue the friendship with someone who tried to destroy me. And this is something that I know Mr. Cummings and Ambassador Boyka had a good relationship. In fact, long before most people even knew about Mr. Cummings, when he used to come to Liberia and do some of the work he was doing, the humanitarian work, he used to be with the VP when he was vice president. He hosted Mr. Cummings several times. They had a good relationship. After the 2018 elections, Mr. Cummings was there for the VP in ways that's not in my authority to speak about, but they had that friendship. When the VP Foundation had a fundraiser, Mr. Cummings attended, supported that foundation. When the Unity Party had a fundraiser to raise money, Mr. Cummings attended, supported the Unity Party fundraiser. He stood by the VP every single time because that was his friend and his big brother. Even when he became the chair of the CPP, there were days that Mr. Cummings took the CPP.
Are you taking it back, Mariah?
No, listen. There's a reason I'm saying this.
Okay.
There were days he took the CPP meetings to the vice president's office. Even when the vice president had to come to ANC headquarters for meetings, Mr. Cummings has literally made the vice president sit at the head of the table during CPP meetings. And even some people in the ANC had issues with it and stuff like that. But he did those things because that was his friend, that was his colleague of many years. During the elections, when people say, oh, he didn't make a choice, he supported the VP against Mr. Weah, and he gave $10,000 to his campaign. All of those things he did because of the friendship they had. People want to say the vice president was subpoenaed. There were several ways to address the issue of the subpoena. You can challenge a subpoena. You can put a motion to squash a subpoena. You can do several other things for a subpoena if you don't want to show up. The fact that the vice president, knowing that those charges were bogus, and he knew that Mr. Cummings was innocent, and he went to that court and sat there for 3 hours, and even during that said he knew Mr. Cummings through the CPP and they worked together. That for me was where the lines were crossed. And like I said, me personally, if I were Mr. Cummings, I would not nurture and continue that friendship because that person was not a friend from the get-go. So people can see it any way they want to. They can take it any way they want to. Like I said, Mr. Cummings is a better human being than I am. He can continue his friendship with Mr. Boyka. I personally, Mariah, I will not continue that friendship. Now, on the issue of the people from Korea, I keep telling you, the government does not care about the people. They don't. They never will. They never have. From the look of it, those guys will have to go through the process in Korea. They might have to serve their jail time in Korea. And sadly, they will have to own up to their actions. Besides, I got no sympathy for people who are engaged in sexual assault and molestation and sexual abuse. None at all. They went to Korea on government work. They should have done their government work and leave. They decided they wanted to go sleep with young girls. Turned out those girls were underage. They're now facing those criminal charges. They have to live with it. So whether the government doing something, they should have not committed those crimes in the first place. And this is a lesson to others who travel across the world. Age of consent may be 18 in Liberia and other countries. When you go to a new country, find out what the age of consent is. Korea's age of consent is 21, I think, or 22. If you go there and you sleep with an 18, 19-year-old because you think, oh, that 18 and 19-year-old in Liberia age of consent, you find yourself in the similar issues. So if you're married, you're not married, you go to a different country, you want to sleep with different women, whatever you want to do, that personal business, but make sure it's within the confines of the law. Ask what the age of consent here is. You go to Japan, you go to China, you go to America, you go wherever, ask for the age of consent before you go do your jolly.
Well, so you'll be looking for the people constitution. Put in your background.
They get something.
This is the age of consent. So please, I'm clear. Mariah, man, please.
Well, you go to the country, you want to do ask for the age of consent.
Just don't do it. Don't do it.
Personal life. You can't tell them what to do or what not to do.
You're right. You're right.
In the confines of the law.
You know what, guys? I just want to hear Dr. Richards, Dr. Peabody, and Chairman Ben. Real quick, guys, two things. One, we were discussing about Cummings having a tea, breakfast, or maybe brunch with JMB. It would be good for the opposition. Mariah said that's Cummings. Mm-hmm. But with Mariah, Yakula, it's you heard what she just said. Peabody, then we come on these guys that are in South Korea. Because the reason why we are talking about them, we got to give an update. Since the first week of October, everything just gone cold in Certain Dion. So talk to us, Chairman.
No, I can't help but laugh at Mariah. They get some mess. she said, Lay. So you gotta have a hamburger on the age of consenting on the country.
Do your research, find out before you go get in complete legal mess.
Nah, but you do have it is true. You do have a point, Mariah, because you can't go to Saudi Arabia and go start again you something that you don't have. But anyway, I'll start with the South Korea thing first. I know Moses. I think it's unfortunate. I know his family very well. I know his wife. I can imagine what she's going through. What his I think he has little kids also. I don't know the other guy, but
which one of them is Moses, Ben? The one in the brown?
One. He's the taller one. Yeah, Moses Owen Brown. A good friend of mine. I know him. He's and it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing because I think in the end, I don't want to judge. I don't want to prejudge. I think what's happening here is every system has its own. I mean, every country has its own system. I do believe that in the beginning part of this thing, I think we heard a couple of times government was getting involved. They were talking. Maybe they have come to the conclusion that they have to let the people process work itself out. Having said that,
that is not an excuse for them not to, if they're not in touch, I think they should remain in touch. Um, if someone commits a crime, if this was in Liberia, we will want to make sure that our laws are obeyed and that whoever broke the law, will go through the process. So all I can say is, I listen. I wish, I wish them well, and this is a difficult time for them, for their families, and then also to the young women involved. I mean, they're Koreans, but at the end of the day, I think, just borrowing from what Mariah said, when you go to these countries, you want to be very. My advice is, stay in your hotel room when you go to your conference. Come back, stay in your hotel room, go drink Coca-Cola. That's my advice. But having said that, that's what I think on the issue of Mr. Cummings and VP Boakai. Listen, any discussion between two opposition politicians are welcoming, but I can't help but to understand where Mariah is coming from. The good news is that Mariah is not running for president, so maybe we can all say that she's not running for president. But the fact that she is the chief of staff to Mr. Cummings, so I think that's why people think her word has some weight here. It is a difficult thing, but I think Mr. Cummings knows that what he signed up for. I think this is the playing field that he decided to get on. It is rife with backstabbing and mudslinging, and even to the point, true, yes, people want to take your life. I mean, this is it's not supposed to be that way, but that is the reality of politics, even especially Liberian politics, where you find people smile with you, but they're doing something totally different in your back. So I don't know. I think, like you said, this is what we're hearing. I think it will ultimately be Mr. Cummings' decision to make. It will be VP Boakai's choice to make. And I think we should respect them. I think we have come to a stage in the politics where we will have a choice. I know there are people who want to see Cummings and Boakai together. That may not happen, but you're still going to have both of them on the ballot. They will just not be on the same ticket, but they will probably end up being on the same ballot. You will have a chance to be able to make your decision on where you want or who you want to lead the country. So on the issue of a proposed meeting, if it happens, I respect them. I think it will be good for the opposition. Now, what will be the result of that meeting is another thing. If it's just two old friends who maybe had some rough patch trying to come together, then they can go ahead. But you must also be cognizant before
Ben, let me interrupt you. I must do this. If you are saying that you're looking for that support, and maybe after Dr. Peabody, I will give Dr. Richardson or Mariah just 10 seconds to comment on this question. If you are looking at the second round support, Ben, why would Mariah say that? Why would Mariah say, if me, Mariah, I won't do it, but it left for Mr. Cummings?
So,
but yet and still, you want that support in the second round. Mr. Cummings, God bless him, he go in the second round with George Mano, we are the president. He will need the support of UP. Don't you think, Mariah? No, but Mariah, we'll come to you now.
But before then, let me just clarify for Ben, since he didn't hear it. I clearly said when it comes to working together, the politics, of national concern, of mutual concern, they should sit and talk. But when it comes to personal friendship,
but that's my question, Chairman. If it comes to personal stuff, I don't want to. Well, we don't have to do it. We only do it. How can you say I will only do it because of politics? But I don't care for you. So finish up there. Yeah.
Let me say this. In Mariah's defense, having listened to what she just said, in her defense, listen, I can understand where she's coming from. You got to understand if VP Boakai and Mr. Ure and the other folks who took Mr. Cummings to court, if they had their way, Mr. Cummings may probably, he would have been found guilty, right?
In jail.
Was it in jail, or because I heard it say he was to do community service?
Whatever the case may be, the outcome was going to be
the outcome, right? Yeah. If they had been granted their wish, right? Because let's not forget, VP Boakai went on the stand and testified, whether it was a subpoena, whether he was under duress, he did testify that, these things happen. Pretty much, he was a star witness for the prosecution. My point is, they don't have to be. First of all, that relationship is never going to be the same. We are human beings. Let's face the fact that relationship is never going to be the same pre this CPP thing. Now, it doesn't mean that they can't work together.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that they can't work together. What I'm saying is,
we come to you in 2 minutes, Joe. Let Chairman finish up.
Yeah, let me finish quick. It does not mean they cannot work together. I'm a proponent. I hope they work together, right? They can work together, but for us to act like that didn't happen, then I think we're being unfair to ourselves, or we're being unfair to the conversation, because obviously.
Okay, let me leave you alone, because I don't want to just go to Dr. Peabody. Tell me, for God's sake, though, the Bwaka will need the Commies. The Commies need the Bwaka in the second round. Round. That's the commitment they are making right now.
Well, obviously, everybody needs somebody. And the fact is, let's take this. If you were going to put me in jail, all right, let's think that way. I mean, there's room for forgiveness. We all should forgive one another. But look at it this way. One of the things about Liberian folks, sometimes we do things to others, and we forget that there will come a time where we'll need each other, want to get together. But then sometimes we act like nothing happened or nothing ever existed, But I mean, if I was doing this, I would invite Mr. Comey to meet Mr. Bwaka, and I will be the one, Mr. Comey, tell him that, hey, why did you do this? Why you sat there and allow people to make up stories about me? I will strictly look in your face and ask you this question. Relationship, I don't know how can I trust somebody who almost put me in jail? I cannot trust them. How can I even know this person got my back to form an alliance with that he would not do me again for the second time? How am I going to do that? I find it very, very challenging to do that. I will forgive you, but I find it very challenging to even trust you that we can even form something together again, or can even sign papers again.
But there's no second round relationship there.
Huh?
Then there's no second round relationship.
Stanton, I think you're mixing the issues.
No, I beg you, Mariah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I think you're mixing the issues. The friendship is a separate thing.
Mariah, I am not.
You don't have to be friends to work
gotta
together.
get something. You got to get something out of these guys. They are not saying it. The friendship is the friendship. But with all the friendship, look at the case of Charles Walker Bernstein. That's why I wanted to come back to Chairman Ben on. And he know that story very well. But let me allow Dr. Peabody to also speak on the South Korea thing. Let's lay it to rest. Dr. Peabody, you got anything to say about South Korea?
What I would say, I mean, I believe the government is doing that backdoor diplomatic thing. They're having doing the backdoor thing. But what I would say here is that, look, people need to learn about culture. When you go places and somebody's very friendly and smiling with you, especially a female to a guy, it doesn't mean they're in love with you. They're just being nice. They're just being friendly. I went to
Korea.
I went to Korea.
That's not why you ran away.
He's laughing.
I know, he's laughing.
I was in Korea.
Let's leave that story alone.
I was in Korea for 12 weeks. I know how the Korean kids are.
People smiling when you're in Korea.
But you just gotta be careful. Just laugh and go your way, or just turn your left eye and just go. But don't try to jump in their body. Well, I mean, my heart goes out to their family, especially their wife. Moses was a great guy. We saw him in Liberia, and I'd met his wife before in Brussels, and the lovely kids. My heart goes up to them and the other guy. But the law is the law, folks. You just got to. Who somebody wrote a T-shirt the other day? The law is the law,
Musa
right?
has some benefit. The law is the law.
Musa, the law is the law. So they got to.
And we gave him Musa a fair warning. When he visited America, he's not allowed to go to Delaware. But let me digress. Ben, why you muted? Somebody gave me potato screen. I ate potato screen today. I don't know why I'm still talking too much. But but no. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Sin.
Let me just say something. Mariah, you made all your points you made were good, but you see, in politics, from the position you sit, there's some things that you just gotta be silent about. Honestly, some things I would like if your position of proximity, you just nothing you can't say publicly. You something you just say something. I was just saying I would not say in a public realm because look, the politics we have a long road to go. There will come a point in this politics where your position will come into play. You see, I give example, President Weah. There are some people that when President Weah government has supported him, that they have some things that there's some things to each other that you expect them to even be on his team or even be in his government today. But because of he wanted to win and for the greater good of the country, sometimes what he did, he ignored it and he went for them. Because it will come to the point that you as a very important person to Cummings, your name will come up for certain discussion, and then they will talk about your comment you made today on Spoon. There are some things. Your point you made about what happened during the CPB Walla Walla is on point. But I mean, if I were advising you, I would not say it publicly. Give your view publicly on the issue. What the boss saying? Some friendship there. Wow. What about what Teddy Ross say? Some friendship.
Wow.
So we understand that. But that's my own point on it. Seriously, I wouldn't have said public.
But she just said they can work together though.
But that's why I don't understand what Tamale is talking about.
That's what I'm trying to say. She just said
I said they can work together.
It doesn't matter.
No, but Tamale spoke.
That's two things.
Let me speak to you. I said they can work together. I even said they should work together. And I was clear about that. But I said in terms of friendship, Mr. Cummings is a better person than I am. So he can continue his friendship with Ambassador Boyka. But if it was me, Mariah, I would not. And I stand by that. Clearly.
But Mariah, I want to ask Anthony.
I'm just saying that's me as a person. But they should work together. I said it clearly from day one that they should work together. Whether as parties, as political leaders, they should meet. They should work together. Things of concerns to
But y'all expect Cummings and Boyka to team have to be buddy buddy.
as friends.
That's all to say.
Let's do the round table. Help us.
That friendship. So what about it? I can say because of my proximity. I'm speaking for me as an individual. I will not continue that friendship. Tomorrow, you ever try to put me in jail and destroy me, I will never be friends with you again. Period. That's me as a person. That friendship. That's him as a person. It has nothing to do with me. Amy, they can work together.
As I said before, my views are guarded by, being in a professional relationship where I have to isolate my personal opinion from my political opinion or my professional opinion. I have to do that a lot of times. I have to learn how to compartmentalize myself. And so I believe that optics in politics is very important. Stanton, you did clarify, you're not asking them to collaborate. You mentioned those words. You're not asking them to join hands together. You just, I think in the induction, you said, even if they just went and talk about the current issue in the news, that's what you said. Okay. And I think the optics of just like Biren seeing two people who were apart, who didn't get along, who one lied on the other person, okay, you can have some messages out of that. So personally, I know that Mr. Cummings can compartmentalize. I've seen him do this very well. He knows how to distance himself from certain things as well as get involved with certain things. So they may not be best of friends, but I think for the greater good of the country, I think some of Mr. Cummings' decisions will be in that interest, in the greater good of the country.
Kev Hassan, take us home. And then we'll not say that for you to do it. You'll have the last word.
I need to say something about this. I know why Kev's talking anymore.
Ben.
No, Kev, let me ask you a question, Kev. And let me beat on Mariah small. Let me beat the second Tumani George. And I would agree with Tumani Kafiko. Well, I wouldn't have said what Mariah said. I was going to keep this on a conversation about the Cummings and Boyka and say, you know what? I think it will be a good thing for politics. But we are meeting already. Mariah said they're discussing already. Oh, Mariah, hold on now. Let me say my own.
You ask me a question, I answer you.
And I want to get different.
Everybody will not like it. I'm answering. I stand by it.
And
we can work together. Mr. Cummings can pursue that friendship. That's
But
him.
Mariah, so let me
personally,
turn
I
out.
would not. Simple.
Next time, this is what we do, Mariah. Next time, you and Kev will never meet to my place. Since you met Kev, you're on a different level, and Kev is very you. So meeting the Mankind House, and I forgot her name. Yeah, so Kev, talk to us. For me, I don't think I was going to.
I'm sure he can support Mariah.
But listen, guys. This is not about supporting Mariah. All you guys are saying, Mariah, don't be yourself. That become a hypocrite. You know, she separated. No, she separated it. She said, look, friendship, no. Yeah, politics side, yeah, she separated it. But let's look at the consequence of that court case.
Can we remind him?
If Mr.
Cummings, yeah, a good day.
if JMB had his way, will you guys will be calling Mr. Cummings to be supporting JMB?
Oh wow!
If JMB had his way in the court, will you guys will be calling? Oh, you come together because JMB would not even be qualified to run under our law. So you will be calling here.
Politics aren't the exact science, brother.
You understand? So you have to you're all I'm hearing, Mr. Cummings, support JMB. If I get money, go and put your money there. That's all. If these people want to sit and have a tea with Mr. Cummings, it's just to eat Mr. Cummings' money. These people don't want Mr. Cummings. Remember, guys, that's the second time they did. The first time that was the black voting thing. They went against Mr. Cummings, and I want Mr. Cummings on the show. They are coming for you again. And then what again for the second time? So you keep telling Mr. Cummings to go for the third time. Why you can just tell Mr. Cummings to go or drive over the bridge somewhere? You just tell him now. Hey,
let me come in.
You know, we gotta move on to other conversation. I hope we can rest on this.
My thing is, you know, Mr. Cummings will run, you know, as CPP. There's a CPP. They left, right? So why you can't tell JMB to go to CPP? Tell JMB, say, you should tell JMB and say, if you want Mr. Cummings, come publicly and apologize to Mr. Cummings and go join CPP. You should do that really well.
But what I would say, technically,
what did I do?
You should apologize.
What I would say, technically,
I'm the one speaking now, man.
Okay, go ahead, Kev. But you can't hear me.
Okay, real quick now, we gotta go.
Yeah, you should tell JMB to apologize. You should tell Dillon to apologize to Musa Ability. They should apologize. You don't believe them. You should call them to apologize. But to say they should go and drink tea, I think morale spot on.
I think technically, if there was a need to meet and shake each other's hands, I think that should have been initiated by Vice President Joe Barker, because they were best friends.
So people, I'll go you right there. So there is no second round yet now.
Oh,
so everything you guys are saying, second round with me, they collaborate, we tell our people to vote for each other. It's all game.
But I think Mr. Cummings.
Brand new post up today. Y'all forgot, eh?
Okay. I think Mr. Cummings in a very difficult situation. For the political game, I think it will be good. They get along and shake each other's hand. But what can you talk? What can you tell me when you made a war story of Maine being a criminal? The entire world got to know that I was a criminal. That thing will stay there forever as long as you have.
Everybody just stop, man.
And stuff like that. It's gonna be there forever, you know. But should he forgive? Yeah, forgive.
Who got the last laugh now?
But that thing was totally. The entire world got to know that Mr.
So let me come in. P-Body, let me come in here and say, no, you're the moderator. Let us talk this thing. Let me say this. What was the intent of the CPP? The intent was for these people to work together. They made a determination that, look, the level of venom
that we saw come out of that process, I kept warning people over and over and over that this day was going to come, this day of reckoning, right? I think grown men and women made determinations that this is the route we want to take. Should Mr. Cummings and VP Boyka have tea? Fine, yes, they can. But we should not try to act like these men are going to, or we just want to act like, oh, this didn't happen.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't.
That was the question, too. I don't think.
I'm not saying they shouldn't.
So y'all let me talk. Y'all interrupt me.
No, but I wanted you to, because I wanted you to get the context of the conversation clear. Stanton, in my view, never said that they should act like they're friends. He just said tea, reading the newspaper.
Okay, so Dr. Richardson, let me ask you then, what would be the essence of that meeting?
Exactly.
What is the essence if they're not gonna collaborate? Because I heard you say, Stanton said they might not collaborate, they ain't gotta do nothing but the jail one for the optics. What is the essence?
Yeah. Well, can I answer you?
I will wonder if the
meeting... No, I would like to answer you. Okay?
Go ahead.
The optic of the meeting would be to show that they are relating to each other. You have to learn politically and professionally. You have to learn how to compartmentalize yourself, your views. Okay. What is the optics? What is the optics of his association with many in Liberia? He has to meet Liberia where Liberia is. He said that so many times. So
yeah,
what is the optics of him meeting Liberia where it is right now?
How can that come together?
And the reason I'm
move on.
I know you're attacking your agenda.
Let me ask the question. My interest here, if I was initiating a meeting between Mr. Cummings and Mr. Boyka, it would not just be to sit down and have tea. There must be an agenda. There must be a reason why they're meeting.
Maybe that's why you understand the question wrongly, because you think about agenda while we just think about casual conversation.
Oh, okay. When you meet and have a casual conversation, there should be an end result to that conversation.
Not necessarily so. That's a one-track way of thinking, Ben. Not necessarily. I have so many conversations with people. I have no agenda.
Dr. Richardson.
Actually,
Dr. Richardson.
That's not necessarily so.
Dr. Richardson.
Yes.
This is politics, right?
Exactly. That's why people need to connect, because it's politics.
But that's my point, Dr. Richardson. If Mr. Cummings sit down and meet Mr. Boyka, they can meet in a hotel lobby and say hi, and everybody can see them saying hi. My point here is, if they're going to sit in a meeting and have a conversation, what is the end goal of that conversation?
But that's Stanton's. That was not the beginning of his question. He didn't talk about having a meeting from Senator and clarify. You right? You don't die yet, as Mariah can say. So. The issue is he just talked about maybe just them having tea.
What is it? Okay, let me ask Stanton instead.
Okay, guys, can we go on? Can we move on?
So let's ask Stanton instead. Stanton, what is the, because Stanton keep talking about second round.
Oh, okay, maybe you didn't know.
But that's what I'm saying. Stanton has a reason why he wants them to meet.
Okay, so
he wants them to meet to discuss possibly collaborating. My point here is that is fine. I am not against them meeting. What I'm saying is, it would be unfair for us to act like what has happened didn't happen.
Oh, Chairman, can I come in? And we got to move on. It's 5:25. Chairman, you serve as chairman for Liberty Party. Madam Salif, the very person we are at the time, Senator Weah, Jose Yima Boyka, Yuri, Van Shamma.
Yep.
Honor your stand-up bearer. They went under his skin.
True.
Chastised up, beat on him. But at some point, he accepted to work with them because of the good of the country.
Yeah.
Because he had an agenda that one day they may come around to support him.
Yeah.
And he did the same for them. We are asking the question. You're hearing out there. Everyone will say the second round. We all will go into this. Whoever get to the second round will support you. Yeke Koluba today, send a letter out. I'm not part of CPP no more. I'm not going to be running campaign for any of the stand-up bearers. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z because you guys are not together. I'm resigning from ANC. Reason.
Because they can come together. Yeah.
They cannot come
They
together.
can come together. Yeah.
A lot of Liberians saying you guys not coming together.
Mhm.
And they believe Obwaka Cummings or Cummings Bwaka ticket will be the ticket that would take them to victory.
So you see.
So what I'm saying, not to have
Then
this
you add it to it now.
You see what I was saying? That
No,
you
but
see?
then you add it to it now.
But hold on now.
There is a reason Stanton wants this meeting.
No, hold on now.
This meeting
But let me
do
and
go
it's
back
fair.
and
It's fair.
forth.
I don't think it's unfair what Stanton is saying.
And what I'm saying is that if you know that President Ware is a Goliath, you'll beat it, David. Though David, he was a nutter, he went through the system, joined the military, killed Goliath. He went through, even his father-in-law went after him to kill him, but he went through. So at some point, the Cummings and the Bwaka need to meet.
So can I come in now?
That when it was, Bwaka didn't know this.
But you know what? I do believe, and Mariah, I know you'll take us home on this. Let me rest with this point. I do believe what happened, Chairman Ben, what occurred, Dr. Richardson, it happened for us to have this time in our life to say, let bygone be bygone. We're going to come together and show unity and strength. And my only question was, let's start with tea drinking, like the tea party. Anthony Mariah, did I speak Salo?
So Stanton, let's just conclude on this.
I know they say Creole, right?
Okay.
I need to teach you about that.
No, but seriously, I mean, we've said this over and over. They can work together. They can meet and talk. The parties can do that. The political leaders can do that. That's it. But in terms of sitting down, drinking tea, being buddies, friendship, or whatever, I'm clear on that. If Mr. Cummings chooses to do that, he's a better person than I am. I wouldn't. And let's be clear. They did all of that before the court case. So there's no guarantee that even doing it again will not lead to another one. So we should not try to use the friendship or the optics of a friendship as the prerequisite for them working together. They can still work together without trying to show that they're buddies. They can still work together without trying to put out this picture of being friends again to the Liberian people. Because let's be honest with the people. Let Liberians know that, look, people can work together without being friends.
Come on with Mr. Cummings. He testified against Mr. Cummings. He had a good number with Mr. Cummings.
Yeah.
He had a good number with Mr. Cummings.
Yeah.
Can you get a chance? Can she speak?
Yeah, let me,
Who are you talking about?
Testify against the man.
People can understand that, look, we can forgive, we can work together, but we don't have to be friends again. Even in our personal lives, there are people who've done things that we still not friends with, but we still work with them. We still cordial with them. We still maintain some level of cordiality. And when the time is right, you work with them. So let's not try to create this image. And this is the danger of what we're trying to do, is why our politics has continued to become messy and dangerous as it is. Because people will do anything and say, oh, that politics. So
we'll spend another few seconds on this. All right. Do you think
consequences for actions, and some of those consequences may be destroying personal relationships? It doesn't mean that you won't work together. It doesn't mean that you will not meet anymore. It doesn't mean that you will not support each other. But that friendship, when you call someone a friend and brother, it might just be over.
Do you think that Mr. Cummings, and I will ask you, please, if you want to answer as a chief of staff, that's fine. We have said all this. Do you think Mr. Cummings can win without the support of Unity Party and Joseph Yvonne Parker in the second round?
I don't think anybody can win without a collaborative effort. Not even CDC. That's why CDC has a collaborative effort. So whoever goes to the second round will all, and that's what we continue to say, as opposition, we'll all have to come together and support whoever goes to the second round. Whether it's Boyka going to the second round, he will need Cummings and the ANC. Whether it's Cummings, we will need all of the opposition support. But that support is not it's not incumbent on friendship. It's on recognizing that the people of Liberia deserve a collaborative effort, and you can collaborate without being friends. Why are we so fixated on friendship?
Thank you, guys. We want to say thanks. It's a good conversation, and I believe I stick to this one. I think we should let bygone be bygone. We should allow the time for Jose Imabwaka and Cummings to meet. We should take away our personal feelings, our feel like. We should allow them to have the time to talk things over. Because going against President George Manuel Weah as he stands as Goliath, he would need that support. We, opposition, would need the support, to fight. Ben, I didn't say we because I'm not opposition.
I was just listening to you.
I caught myself. I caught myself.
You said, no, I just look at you.
Don't
mind. That's why I said so. I just look at you.
So, but guys, I think it will be helpful, and I think something like this
will be left to the two of them.
And I think something like this should happen between Jose Imabwaka and Mr. Cummings, something like this.
Oh, that more. Swallowing Mr. Cummings.
Yeah, he says testify against him.
That's our friend, Mo Adi. That's the one that's good, by the way.
Mr. Yeah, that don't look around.
Mr. Cummings refused to eat them. Right.
That old picture, right?
That's an old picture, man.
I think that's coming to the chair.
But I will say this, look.
No, stick out that picture.
Just imagine. You have not selected the VPs or candidates yet. This is why it's important that people, I will say again, I mean, we've been in the politics thing for long ago. It will come along down the road. First of all, only Josh Weah is guaranteed his ticket right now. Cummings ain't guaranteed a ticket right now. Bwaga, none of them guaranteed a ticket. I want none of them. You know who they will select as a running mate. What will factor into that into those discussions? Selecting your running mate. It's important. People will be put into it. So if I was like a room to advise people, I say, look, they will just take it easy until we cross the lines, where you come in and who you'll be your running mate will become, because you know what happened down the line, Ben.
We gotta go. Let's talk about the rape
I
thing.
think there has been relative tranquility. I don't think there has been any. I think the last couple of months have been quiet.
They're slowing down.
I don't think there has been any negative or any bad.
Yeah, that's true. But just anything we just shouldn't be able to put it forward right now. That cross all that jump over all these.
They not ask the question to Mariah, because I think Mariah knows she will answer.
I think Kev going to disagree with you, Money, because
because Kev won the Western opposition. You know that one,
guys. Let's talk about it, guys. While we talk about this South Korea stuff, let's talk about this allegation of rape. This young man, what's his name? Come on, man. James Goodday. This young man, let's talk about this thing. I don't know whether you guys follow this story from Women Voices. I was beaten up by Anderson. When we follow up, we hope to have them. NIC program manager, Andrew Anderson, allegedly in domestic violence, indulges in domestic violence. So, Mariah, let me start with you and Dr. Richardson, because you guys from that other side of the road, talk to us about what you're hearing. We also talk about the lady in Maryland, grab her husband, squeeze him up, he died. Men putting their hands on women. Look at this young lady's face. Got cut over the right eye. She's bleeding. I will give you guys the chance to talk to us, then we'll come in, Mariah. And Dr. Richardson. You are muted. Dr. Richardson, you won't go first? Or Mariah should? Guys, you guys are muted.
This is nothing new in our society. Women have always spoken against sexual and gender-based violence. We see that the increasingly these events are happening. I think there was also another article in Bond County that's cited in the past couple of months. There's been a high increase in sexual and gender-based violence. So I think these people who commit the crime should face the weight of the law. I think the court should stop the backlog of bringing these people to process. And you know, it sickens me. I think this is everybody's responsibility. It shouldn't be just the women's responsibility. Men need to be involved. Women need to be involved. This is what happens when we have a society where you know, women are seen as objects. They're taken advantage of. They are seen as property to a man. And it affects the society. There's a long-term psychological implications for not just the woman, for the children who's watching this, for society. So I mean, we talk this day in and out, and this is not going to be my last time talking about it. I mean, but it sickens me. My initial reaction is traumatizing.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. We got more photos coming up. This woman was beaten badly, guys. Wow. Go ahead, Mariah.
Thank you, Stanton. Just 1 second. So generally, on the issue of domestic violence and violence against women and girls, it's an issue that we've continuously talked about, that we've advocated against, that we continue to use our voices to speak about, and it's one I'm very passionate about. And I hold, you know, no apologies for it in my positioning on it. Women are predominantly the victims and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. It is something that has permeated our society. It is, I wouldn't even say increased, it is at astronomical levels. It is so rampant that unfortunately it's becoming a norm. And as much as part of that fight is psychological, in terms of how men view women's bodies and their control over women, their bodies, and their persons, our society has made it seem okay for men to show power and authority over women by subjecting them to abuse and control or submission, whichever one you want to use. And that is seen in the high level of cases we're seeing now. Clearly under this administration, it's gotten worse. The cases in Bond County, we heard about last week, 2 men, separate cases, killed their wives, one for $500 Liberian dollars and another for dry meat. And we've seen these things over and over and again. And of course, there's the case of the lady in Maryland who is alleged to have squeezed her husband's privates until he passed while they were involved in a fight. And I'm very clear about my positioning on that, because I believe, given how women have been brutalized and tortured and victimized with abuse, that woman may have acted in self-defense or could even be under what we call battered women syndrome. And that could be used as a defense, because she could have just as well been another statistics of women losing their lives to domestic violence in the country, as we've seen. And besides those who have died, unfortunately, we still have thousands of Liberian women and girls who are current victims of these kinds of abuses. And we see this in the story that you just talked about, the Anderson story. Part of why I am, very concerned about this is because these people who may survive domestic violence could more likely be victims that could have been death statistics as well. The women who lost their lives in Bong and other parts of the country were unfortunate to have lost their lives, but the women who are currently dealing with domestic violence are also unfortunate to be dealing with it. And our approach to how we hold men accountable for their actions against women when it comes to the domestic violence and sexual abuse issue is something that we need to do more about. So this case, I have some information on it, but I won't speak to it as much because I'm not her attorney, but I know they did contact me and I got more information on it. I know today a writ of arrest was issued against Anderson. He works at the National Investment Commission. And from what I was told is that he and his wife were going through a divorce, and he has the children, and she had gone to see the children and he did not want her to see the children, and even warned her not to go to see the children. She said she had to go see her children, and she went there, and it got into, and he beat on her because it wasn't even a fight. And she got bloodied up, cut on her face, her nose, blood coming through her nose, her eyes. And she went to the police station. They had called him. He said he was not going there. Nobody could do anything to him. And so her lawyer, Anthony Nigba, got been on this case, and I spoke with her briefly. We actually also contacted the chair of the National Investment Commission and informed him of it, and he's been in touch with her lawyers. The writ was put out today, but since Friday, apparently he hasn't gone to work and he's escaping the law. So whoever knows where he is, he needs to show up and own up to his actions and go through this case, because we can no longer sit back and allow women to be brutalized and I just want to say, I should have spoken to her today, but I didn't have the time to, of how proud I am of her coming up and exposing this person who she does have children with, and who she, of course loves because she married him, but is taking this position publicly that most women don't take, because we have the tendency to want to protect our abusers. And she's taking this position to publicly explain what has been happening and what he did to her, so that other women can have the courage to do that. We can love these men, we can marry them, we can be in relationships with them, but it takes a lot of courage to come up publicly to the radio. I know she was on the radio, she was newspapers, to go and explain your story and say, this is what my ex-husband or my husband or the father of my children did to me. And I just want to applaud her courage that she's taking steps forward to hold him accountable for his actions. And I think we should do more of this. So that's what I was saying, that I know there is also a recording of her at the police station. I'll try to get that, and we can also play it for the people to hear. But yes, he's I think his first name I missed it, one Anderson, Andrew Anderson from the NIC.
Wow. So folks, we just want you to take a look. Yes, indeed, she was beaten very, very badly. Her mouth, her nose. The other picture showing, oh my.
Very inhumane. Very inhumane.
And this, we're going to find a picture of Andrew Anderson, the National Investment Commission, beating on his wife. Even for whatsoever reason, just walk. But let me hear from the guys. Our sister has spoken. Let me hear from the guys. And Tumani George.
Well, first of all, man, like, as always, we condemn violence against women in all form and shape. And most of the times, women have suffered of a lot of domestic violence in their homes with men. And some of these cases have been put under the rug. They have not come to the public. But thanks to advocates and women leaders who have been coming up with these issues, bringing it to the forefront. And I'm happy that Antonia Mariah is following this case, and perhaps she will give us more details on it. But we've just been reading news reports, what happened in the paper, and so forth. But I just don't believe that lady would just, on the clear blue sky, just grab her husband, someone who she had kids for, grab his part and squeeze it till he die. I don't think she just she just came outside. Would just do it to kill him. I don't think something may have occurred, and we hope that we can get to the bottom.
They were in a fight.
Huh?
They were in a fight.
Yeah, so it led to something. Maybe the only way she could defend herself, something in the case. But it's unfortunate, and I pray not to be in that situation ever in my life. So I just pray God that it's not something painful. I know. So we just got. I mean, it's not funny, but something that you want to be in such a situation, you know what I'm talking about.
So yeah, but you know what, Centrone, I read a story about the lady that squeezed the gentleman private part. But let's talk about let's talk about this for a minute, because we just received the audio of this lady, and I want us to play. I think we should play it. But let me just, the gentleman in question, this is saying, this is Mr. Anderson. That's the gentleman
beating women.
That's the gentleman. That's the gentleman that is in question. It is disturbing though. If you can listen, if you own by way of radio, you know, Fabric, Spoon, Super, the TV, Super, social media, you need to share these pictures. You need to share this. Not only on the newspaper, you need to remember the name. He worked at NIC. Come on, man. You don't have to beat on her.
Disgusting.
You know, I want to play I want to keep him up while I play the audio.
Marriage of Andrew Anderson.
You know what? It's not too loud. I will send it in the studio. James, let's send it to Rufus, please. Let it play from the studio. It will be better. But let me hear what you have to say, Chairman Ben.
Man, I don't even know. You know, there is this there is this thing that people feel that it's okay. Listen, I don't think it's ever okay to hate a woman. I don't believe, no matter what the situation, my advice is you walk away if you can withstand whatever the argument. If you think it's going to get heated, you walk away, because at the end of the day, these are our mothers, these are our daughters, our sisters, and I don't think any. I mean, look at this lady's face. I don't think any, would Anderson want his sister to be treated this way? Or if this was his mom, I mean, that's his wife. So my thing is, I hope he owns up. You know, I hope he owns up. I'm not gonna preach a long thing here, but I hope he owns up. I hope he submit himself to the law, and I hope he accept responsibility, because at the end of the day, this is still the mother of his children. And I don't know if they have sons, if they have a son, or if they have only daughters. This is not the excuse. If they do have a son, this is not the excuse. This is not the example he wants to show his son. And obviously, if a girl is involved, he would not want his daughter to go through this. So I hope I don't know him. I know Chairman Gray at NIC, and I know him to be a good man. I hope he steps up and submit himself to the law and go through the process and accept the responsibilities for his actions and deal with the consequences that will come with it. But my heart goes out to her. Like Mariah said, I commend her because there are thousands of this woman in Liberia, thousands of these stories. You know, I always like to tell people this notion of let leave it. That what got Liberia where Liberia is. You know, everything let leave it. And so I think as the world changes and as because we've gotten to that stage in our country now where it is okay for us to talk about things like this. In the past, it may have been taboo, right? Where people say, "Oh no, that your family thing, that your husband, just forget it." So I want to commend her for her strength, and I want to say to her, just keep your head up, and my heart goes out to you, and also those children, because we don't even know if it happened in front of the children. So that's another component to this story. So I just want to say, man, this is not a good look, and I pray that that because everybody have a little bit of good in them. And I pray that whatever good that Anderson have in him, he will step up and own up to this thing and try to correct whatever wrong he has caused and begin the process of healing, because obviously there is another component to this thing, right? So that's just my point on it. But it's not a good look. I mean, just looking at her face, that could be my sister, that could be my mother, that could be my daughter. And I don't know what I will, or my wife, somebody go and hit you, somebody go hit a woman. It's just, this is just wrong. And I'm sorry. I just hope and pray that he step up and accept the responsibilities for his actions.
Thank you. Hassan, you coming before that to Peabody?
Yeah. What to condemn this act? It's never a right thing to put your hands on a woman. I think he should submit himself to the law for further investigation, but never a right thing, a good thing to put your hands on a woman. So wherever he is at this moment, submit yourself, and that's your children's mother. Is wrong. I don't think a man should put his hands on a woman. I don't think we should do that. So I think he should come out and then let the law prevail. But he need to come out and give yourself up, because you running, you will surely get you. That's come up. That's all I will have to say. But I condemn this act, and I think it's wrong to put your hands on a woman.
That's a Peabody.
I think this is just very disgraceful. I mean, it's barbaric, and I think a batterer will always be a batterer. He's probably beating the other woman right now. These kind of people can never stop. They will do it the same time. That power and control thing. So I think what needs to be done, this is an era where the gender ministry could demonstrate some good judgment here, remove the kids from him, because if they saw the violence that took place, he's not fit to be even fathering those children. They should remove those kids, because can you imagine the trauma those kids saw their mom bleeding and dad is beating them like that? Our women have always suffered in the hands of the men. They beat these people without anything happening to them. So they just see it as an acceptable way to do things, when they're dealing with their wife. I don't think he should be even, the kid should not even be his care, after beating that woman. And batterer can never stop. They will continuously do it. So my heart goes out to that young lady. I pray that she will get the help that she needs. And this man should not be allowed to take care for them at this time, because it's just disgraceful and shameful. Thank you.
Stella, I just wanted to add, that this is so prevalent in our culture, and we have to look at some of the underlying causes of, a man beating a woman frequently in our culture. We know that there are some cultural issues where all of you guys have identified that, how we tend to prefer boys than girls. We tend to, give guys high fives sometimes when we see some men beating their wives, or they become macho or stronger. But I think, Peabody, hit it on the nail, that it's about power and control. Power and control. That's exactly what it's about. Owning someone, objectifying women. And then, of course, there's a whole legal factor. Until we strengthen our law, until we get a real feminist in chief who will strengthen the law relating to sexual and gender-based violence, or who will make it a topic, put billboards out there. Maybe we'll come to some place in our country, the politics of it, the economy of it, how we empowering women versus how we empowering men. So all of these things are underlying causes of what contribute to sexual and gender-based violence. And of course, we know that the long-term consequences, again, I think, again, Peabody, I want to just thank you for talking about those children who witnessed the abuse of their mother and how traumatized they themselves are And so we got to look at, the psychological implication, the economic implication, the emotional implication, even the relational piece. How are these kids going to be able to relate to other people, their own another woman or another man, So all of these things we have to think. It's not just something that just happened to one woman, but people around them are vicariously traumatized as well. Just watching, just reading. I mean, that picture was just so shocking. I wish I didn't even want to see it. It's just really, really shocking. It shocks you. It shocks your system.
That's a Richardson.
You're going to play the tape?
Well, I want to play the tape. It's on low volume because it's so hard to download in studio.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me try to play from my end.
To say something, to what Dr. Richardson said, and no.
Finish up now. Play it. Finish up.
Okay. No human is perfect. We'll continue to say that, but we as a people really need to take the issue of domestic violence seriously. It kills. And we've seen that over and over. And we're all prone to having violent tendencies at some point, but you will also need to have self-control. There is absolutely no reason for you to put your hands on someone. What did she do? Maybe she challenged him, but what did the woman did to the man? Why she did this? What? No reason. As angry as you can be, as upset as you can be, walk away. Because sometimes it just takes a push. You push that person, they hit knock some kind of way from the back, they're gone. You've taken someone's daughter, someone's wife, someone's mother. I've lost my mother, and I know the pain of losing a parent. You do not have the right to put your hands on anybody, especially your wife or your girlfriend. A lot of men have the tendency to feel like they own their partners. And because you have that tendency and belief that you own your partner, or you the head of the home, you the man of the home, you in control, you do this, so you control everything this person do or not do. When they don't do what you want them to do, then your default is to discipline them. The way Liberian men, and maybe Africans more commonly, look at their wives or their girlfriends, like their properties, the people that they control, is similar to how they look at their children. And that's why when children misbehave and we discipline them, we spank them, we punish them, we do whatever it is we do to them because they are our children, it's that same approach that we take to our partners. So if your wife does something that you don't like, your default is to discipline, to beat on her. She's not your child. There's a whole conversation around disciplining children and where discipline crosses the line into abuse. But when it comes to your partner, you don't treat your wife the way you treat your children. Or you punish her and not give her money for that day. That's financial abuse. Or you give her the silent treatment and not talk to her in the house for weeks. That's mental abuse. But we know that the physical abuse that is rampant is where men are trying to discipline their women. I told you not to do this and you did it, and you will see what I will do to you. We need to stop it. We need to stop defending it. We need to start explaining it. We need to start making excuses for it. And whether it's your brother, your son, your father, your uncle, your cousin, your loved homie, I've told my male relatives and friends, if that ever happens, you will see me representing that woman against you. There should be zero tolerance for abuse.
So, thank you, Mariah. Let's play this audio the best way. We hope you guys can hear it. That's the last volume. Can you guys hear it?
The National Investment Commission Program Manager. I went to see our children because he has been denying me for not visiting our children, not seeing our children. My children don't have phones. I don't communicate with my children. I don't know what's going on in their lives, in their school, nothing of the sort. So as a mother, as any mother would do, I defy the odds at times to go and see my children sometimes I go on a campus. And it's not even long. It's not even long because how much time would I have to see children on campus? So I try to go in the yard to see my children. And every time I go there, the children say when he come, he quarrels with them, telling them why when your mom come here, you can always come to see her. You should be seeing her. And the children have been telling him that she is our mother. We have to see her. Today I went in the yard. He came there and brutalized me. He came and ordered me to leave the yard. And I told him, I'm not leaving the yard. I will not leave the yard. Even my daughter and my niece, mommy, anything he wants to do when he comes, let him do it. But don't leave, don't go. It's too much now. My daughter, Rachel Anderson, and my niece, Shirley John, told me that. I said, well, I will sit down here and let him do whatever he wants to come and do. I will wait here. I will not go. When he myself in court for divorce, the divorce Zobi don't ever sense, but he's stalling it. He has not even paid for it yet. He's stalling a divorce. So I will sit down here and see what he will do. And I know he came and jumped on me, told me, ordered me to leave the yard. And I said, I will not leave the yard. And my daughter and my niece came and stood in for me and said, Daddy, Mommy will not go anywhere. And that was when he became violent and beat me up, took his belt for his trousers. He beat me. It was the two securities in the yard who tried to hold him, but they were not strong for him. He beat me up and dragged me from in the yard, Sobosako yard to Boro.
So is it that the court gave him the right to take care of the children, or is it just his own thing that he's doing?
The Judge Wise, told us that we'll get through with the divorce process, then we will go back to the court to discuss the children business. So the children are with him tomorrow, because I left home last year, June, due to his violent behavior. He threatened to kill me on several occasions. And my children said to me, Mommy, we understand that you love us, but we want you safe. So
I want to pause this, guys. Maybe we'll do the rest of the story tomorrow, but let's discuss this. He put up his belt. He put out his belt to beat and abuse the mother. I think Dr. Richardson, that's from your end, right? Yeah, that's your grandson. He put out his belt to beat and abuse the mother of his children while the children were present. He said, Mommy, don't go. I don't know. Something is happening in Liberia.
Well,
go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
Yes, and let me say this. I don't think this is new. I think like everything else in Liberia, we are evolving thanks to social media, thanks to the renewed advocacies from women groups. Mariah, them, all these women, powerful, strong women, Dr. Richardson, Mariah, all these women, there's a whole bunch of women in Liberia now who have made a determination that they will no longer accept what was supposed to have always been the norm. So I don't think this is new. Like Mariah said, this has a whole mindset of.
But I know it's not new, but I mean, I will interrupt you, but this guy is a director at NIC. This guy, probably you would say he's educated. His elegance speak volume right now.
Well,
but no, I'm just going back. If you see some men out there, some crowd of guys out there, you say, damn, this person, they are decent.
Yeah.
But for you to pull off his bed, right? Pull it out and just say, I'm going to beat my dog. Pull it out. Something of this kind. Hold it like this. And try to, I wanted to get in the mind of.
But that's not.
Maybe it'll be the backup part. Yeah, maybe it'll be the backup part.
Yeah, because for her to have, I think the injury is by her eye.
Okay, so maybe it's not the part. Maybe that the backup part you just go and just hit and it's crazy.
And that's what I said to you, Santa. This behavior has been okay.
What?
This is the demon of our society. All we're doing here is we're just shining light on it. And that's why I said, kudos to her Because in the past, a woman who would come forth and do this will probably be an outcast. Will probably be like, oh my, when she took her husband business in the street.
Yeah, friends will be saying something.
Will be saying that, right? So again, this is progress. As tragic as this sounds, this is progress in a sense, is that because it will empower other women who probably are listening to this show tonight and maybe have just gone through this similar situation. This is the same thing you see in this country, right? When they tell you, when the Me Too movement, all of these different movements. So that's why I said kudos to Mariah, them, to all of the women, the female association, the female lawyers association, these women who have decided, and there are some men, he for she's, there are some men who now are saying this is not going to fly.
Guys, let me say this. This is pure, this is iron. It's nothing. This is, if you use this to hit on somebody, and again, we should put a disclaimer. You're right, St. Thomas and George. That's a graphic picture. But busting her nose, the side of her brain or eye. Now, let me ask you, what do you think the government action should be now?
But still, they have a department of the women and gender protection for children. That's their role. They should be the one engaging. Now that I don't know what a report have been filed with them, but we see it all over. They should send an investigator out now to be investigating. The first thing here is, who gave this man custody of the children? The judge. I hold the judge responsible, because you got a case for 1 year, an investigation is going on. That woman is entitled to see her children. There should be some kind of visitation arrangement for this lady to see her children. I mean, this guy, because he believes in power control, I'm sure he was telling her, you will not see these children. I will not let you come to my house to see these children. But he doesn't have full custody of these children. So she's entitled until some kind of law have been put in place for her to see her children. He doesn't have full custody. He may have residential custody, but it doesn't mean he has full custody of the children that she can't see her children. But because he believes in power control, the woman said, he had been doing it before. That's why I left the relationship. That's why I say a batterer will always be a batterer. It's not something that started one day. It continues. You know.
But let me just come in there, Dr. Peabody. So good points that you made. There's already a arrest out for him. So
Dr. Richardson, can you please
grandson, put him, take him away, please.
That would be abuse, Stanton.
Let him bother taking. That's what
there's
I'm at.
already a writ of arrest from the court out for him, and he's been apparently hiding because he hasn't been to his office since Friday. He didn't go Friday. He didn't go today. So he needs to show up because he's wanted by the court. I mean, he's not a wanted person, but there's a writ of arrest out for him. So he needs to subject himself to the jurisdiction of the court so that they can hear this matter. That's one. Of course, gender have a role to play here, and that's part of why we talk about the systemic approach to issues of violence, sexual and gender-based violence. In this case, she's probably right now, of course, had to rent a place for her own, live on her own, but there are other victims who don't have anywhere to go. And in these cases, you need safe homes for them to transition into. We don't have the luxury, I guess at this point, it is a luxury of safe homes to provide shelter for these victims or survivors of violence, even while they're trying to leave their home. So one of the things that a lot of women complain about is, we want to leave. I want to leave, but I don't have the financial
Where would I go?
in an apartment or a house for me and my children to go to, and I can't go stay with family. I don't know how long I'll be out there and stuff like that. So it's the issue of safe homes is also much more needed, and that's something completely under the jurisdiction of the gender ministry that they need to invest into. But on the issue of custody, unfortunately, the Liberian law, our domestic relations law, provides that when you divorce, the man gets custody.
The man gets the custody, yeah.
And this is something from 1970, I think 75 or 76, when that law was into place. Because again, when we talk about women representation in our body politics, these are some of the repercussions. When you have a majority male legislature, they will make laws that benefit themselves. when you have women on the table, then you have a balance in the law. The law clearly states that the man has custody, primary custody against all other persons when you're married and going through separation or divorce. And so now what the courts are doing is trying to balance that with the best interest of the child or the children. So you will see mothers getting custody if it's determined that it's in the best interest of the children.
She's the provider. She's the yeah.
If he's providing, Mariah, this seems to be a criminal case.
Right.
He beat his wife.
All of this will come into play. But if you hear what she said, was that the judge said they should conclude the divorce.
Yes.
Custody issue. So he hasn't been awarded custody, but the law on the books does give custody to the fathers in terms of divorce, because most men in the past, they were the breadwinners, they were the ones providing for the home, and they will always say, she won't leave me now, but she not carry my children. And I'm not going to pay her child support for her to be taking care of her new man. All of those things.
So let me ask you a question, Mariah.
How to make these laws that are made by majority male legislature, and it affects women and children. And of course, over time, we've been addressing some of these things, even with the traditional marriage issue. There's been progress made there. The issue of women inheriting from their husbands, there's been progress made there, and all of those things. But when it comes to child custody, with married couples, when you divorce, the law provides that the man will have custody, unless what the judge and the woman can make a case for the best interest of the children.
Okay.
It sounds like it's also an issue of
we are calling the lady, so real quick. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Ruth first.
Okay. She's on the line.
Good. Mariah, Dr. Richardson, can you bring her in? She's listening to us.
Is she on now?
She's asking it. She's on the line.
Okay, just update that he was arrested today. So
thank you very much. This is Spoon. Thank you for joining us this evening. We are too sorry to hear. We are too sorry to hear what happened to you. We pray that you remain strong, and we pray that you get well and better. Again, if you can, we have Mariah Yakula, Dr. Richardson, Ben Sanvi, Sintumani George, Henry Peabody, Kep Hassan. If you have time, just talk to us. Liberians are listening to you. How are you today? How are you feeling right now?
Heard in the news, I read in the news. My name is Lorraine Don Anderson, and I'm an employee of the Ministry of Justice. And my husband and I have been on separation for some time in the civil law court for divorce. And last year, I had to leave home due to the constant domestic violence on his part rendered towards me. And I've been away from home, but I've been denied access to the kids on numerous occasions, to a point where that communication, I don't have any form of communication between the kids and I. Because he seeks phone from the kids. When he feels like, he gives the phone back. When he feels like, he takes the phone away, and he tells the children straight, I don't want you to go talking to your mother. My daughter told me that on several occasions. When I asked, but what happened to your phone? When I called you, I can get you. She said, Mommy, to be honest, Daddy took the phone away from us and told us that he doesn't want us talking to you to have any form of communication with you. He even went to the extent of writing to our children's school, the Covenant Nurturing Center and the Aware International School on GSA Road, informing the school administration that I should not be allowed to go on the campus. I should not even attend PTA meetings. I should not have anything to do with the children. And the two proprietors told him that they cannot do that because, honestly, since the kids were born and have been in their schools, it is the mother that they know. They have not seen him at any PTA meetings. They have no jurisdiction. They cannot stop me or any parent from going to see the children. So that did not hold, and he got angry. Of recent, our divorce case has been in the civil law court, presided over by Judge Naomi Grayson. And due to the tension with the divorce of what has been happening between us, Judge Wesley advised our both counsels that after the divorce, when the divorce ends, then we'll go back to the court and discuss the children. But I should have access to the children to go and see the children. And I've been going to see the children once in a while. When I have chance, I leave work because I have this, sometimes I talk to my boss to let me leave a little bit early to go and see the children because I don't want to be there when he comes home because I know how he can behave, how he's very violent and temperamental. So I always go there, and when I go there to see the kids say when he comes from work, he will ask the mother came here, and he will tell him yes. And that's the only means I have to see them because I don't talk to them. I don't know how those kids are. That's the hurtful part. When they are sick, I don't know because Andrew doesn't talk to me at all. He doesn't talk to me at all. There is no communication, nothing of the sort. He wanted the nurse never to ever hear that I called the house on her phone to talk with the children. That's what he did. So the kids have to sneak out of the compound sometimes just to use people's on the street phone to call me and say, hello, mommy, how are you? Or my niece, most of the times when she go to school, she asks her sponsor for his phone and she calls me to say hi. My daughter does the same when she goes to school. So on Thursday, I went to see the kids as usual after work. So when I went in the yard, the kids were upstairs, and when I went, I called them. I said, oh, your B6 here, I started making fun with them. I said, your B6 has come. Then the nurse came on the porch and said, enter peace. My boss man said, when you come here, the children shouldn't come downstairs to you. If I'm telling you that you come here, I should tell you to leave the yard. I said, what? He said that? She said, yes. And the two girls came downstairs to me. They told the nurse that we will go downstairs and see our mother. So the two girls came and I said, okay, let me call him. I was so irritated. I took my phone and I called him. He canceled the call. When I looked, I sent him a message saying that you always doing this because I overlook it and I don't do anything to you. But that's why you have the guts to keep doing it. But this time around, I will stay here and I will see my children. When I'm ready to leave, I will leave. Anything you want to do, do it. He responded, he abused words, which I don't want to say on air. The children came downstairs to me. And he said, when I come there, you will see what I'll do to you. He abused and said some nasty words. So the girls came down. At that time, my son had not come from school because he comes from school on the school bus. So the girls and myself sitting down with the other kids in the yard. I was asking them about their school, their activities, and stuff like that. So in the evening hours, when I looked, he came. He parked his car, got out of the car, came to where the kids and I was sitting downstairs. I don't go upstairs to his apartment. I don't go there because I don't want any problem. The yard is very big, and that's where I lived since our son, who is 9 years old now, since he was 3 months old. So I have friends in the yard who are other neighbors that I know very well. So when I go there, I sit on one of them porch, and the children and I talk. That's what I do. He came, excuse me, I'm on air, get an ass out of the yard. I said, I'm not leaving the yard. I came to see my children, and when I'm ready to go, I will leave. He told the two girls, Richard, Shelly, get your asses upstairs. The girls said they were not going. They continue sitting. I said, y'all sit down. I came to see you. Before the words would even come out of my mouth, my husband started beating on me. And it's not the first time. Yeah, the second time. But you see, sometimes when people are married, especially we are from the old school, when things happen, we start to keep it to ourselves and push things on the rock. My grandmother, peace be to her ashes, she died going under this ground, not knowing many things that were happening in my marriage. I shielded my husband from my family, from society, from his work, from everything. I made it appear like he was this perfect husband, and I had this perfect marriage that didn't have any issues. So that's how it has been. When I filed in for divorce on February, when I reported my violence, he told his lawyer was able to tell me in court that you cannot prove anything because there is no police report. There is nothing that my client has been violent. And I told him, I said, Bob, you are right. Because if I had been reporting it, I would have had a folder full of complaints from police stations, from courts, but you are perfectly right for saying so. So he started hitting on me with his blows, his feet started kicking me all on my sides and took out his belt. His belt, my people. Andrew Anderson took out his belt from his trouser, his heavy leather belt that he usually buys in America and Europe. He took it out and beat it on me. Beat it on me, his children's mother. He beat me as if to say I was a rogue that they had caught stealing. Like how you beat a rogue that has been stealing and has been finally caught. That's how he beat me up, dragged me out of the yard. The thing that hurt me most, the two girls came to stand there to stop him. And he pushed them aside and continued hitting me. His violence has always occurred in the presence of the kids. That's the hurtful part. He has never done it behind the back. So the kids have witnessed all this violence all their lives. They have witnessed it. I remember one incident last, I think this year, February, he traveled. I want to see the kids as usual. My daughter had an assignment. She asked me to help her to do. So I did it at my office, and I typed it, and I took it to her in the evening to present to school. While she was washing our downstairs, she was, troubling me, giving me hard time, telling me, oh, you almost stay at me, I'm missing you. My son, at that time he was 8 years old, he turned 9 on March 26th. My son was upstairs. I didn't know that little boy had been observing things, but he's a quiet child and he doesn't say anything. He was upstairs and he told his sister, he said, Rachel, start giving mommy hard time. Daddy already coming from the airport. I don't want Daddy to come and beat on mommy. Let her go, please. Rachel burst into tears. I stood and the tears just rolled down my eyes for my 8-year-old son, who had never said anything about it. I never said anything, could stay up there and say those words to his sister. I quietly left the yard. So after beating me up, he dragged me out of the fence, slammed the gate in my face, but my shoes had left in the yard. So I thought, I need my shoes. And I had a security. The security begged me and said, Speech, I'm begging you. The two of them started begging me. When they saw that I didn't even know I was even bleeding until I tasted my blood in my mouth. The blood was trickling down my face. I didn't even know because I was so furious and I was so hurt. I was like, because the anger that Anderson beat me with, I don't know, like, I can't even describe the anger I saw in him. It was unlike any other time that he had ever laid his hands on me. Beat me up, dragged me out of the yard, and I came and stood outside the fence after he had dragged me out. I refused to leave. I just stood there, and the tears could not even come out because the pain was too much. The tears could not even come out. I stood there. Some people were outside the fence. They came. They were trying to talk to me. Said, "Oh man, just forget it. Just go. When the men come outside the fence again and see you here, it will be something else. So we beg you, just go." I said, "No, I will not go. I want to stay here small and see if I can even see the kids again and tell them to calm down." Because right in that time, his nurse and the housemaid came down and she was crying. She came to the gate. She held me. She said, "Mama, I'm so sorry. Oh, in the beach, I'm so sorry." She was crying. I said, "Well, how are the kids?" She said, "Honestly, they're trying not to themselves. They're trying to put them up in their room and they are crying and he is shouting at them to shut their mouths." I was like, "What?" She said, "Yes, he's not even calming them down to say sorry or something. He's telling them to shut their mouths." Right in that time, I asked a boy who is one of the tenant's son in the yard to take my pictures. But this time around, when I'm reporting my case, I wanted evidence. I don't want for anybody to tell me when I go and leave my complaint. I don't want anybody to tell me I don't have evidence of anything. So I took my pictures. They bought my pictures, fine, and I saved my pictures. But I still did not leave the yard. I was still hanging around. When I looked, Eddie went. I was still outside the fence. When Eddie went, I saw him, he and his uncle, in the car, and they left. As soon as they left, I wanted to go up in the yard and call the children to play that brave man. But when I looked at God, we have it. Y'all see God then? God is good though. My daughter, Rachel Anderson, she came running down outside the fence to see if I was still around. And she had no idea that I was there, but she braved the storm. As soon as her father left, drove out of the yard, Rachel came down the stairs and the security told her, your mother is standing outside the gate. She came uncontrollably crying. She hugged me and my daughter, who I supposed to tell her it will be fine. She was the one holding me, hugging me and crying to me and said, "Mommy, it will be okay. Mommy, it'll be okay. I just could not even cry because the hurt and the pain was so much. And I was after she consoled me. My side, everything is hurting me. My the right side of my jaw till now, I can't even chew on it. My knee, I don't even know what is even happening because I've not gone for a third medical checkup to check to see how the inside of my body is or what. But what I want to say is that this is not the first time it has happened. This is not the first time at all. But many times when it happened, it's not just the domestic violence, it's the verbal abuse. Everything. I got tired of it. And I left home. I said, well, to hell of it, anything that will happen, let it happen. And I had the support of the kids. The kids understand that mommy is out of the home. They understand that all along that they were still babies, but now knowing that these kids even understand more than me. So when I decided to talk to them, they were even telling me instances of where or instances at which time they expected me to even leave, which I didn't. But my niece went on campus the next day, that Friday. She went on campus. She used her sponsor's phone to call me. And when she beat me, I called back. She said to me, Mommy, because she calls me Mommy. She said, honestly, let me tell you, if you leave this thing, if you leave this thing, I will be so angry with you. It is about time you put it in a space because it's too much now. It's too much. After that, I didn't even know she called her mother and to tell her mother what happened in the yard. And my sister told me that her daughter, my niece, told her, say, that in marriage, you all wanted your sister to die in. So when she died, let her die, and you all want Angela saying to kill her, my niece saying that. And I had no idea that those kids even listen to such. My dear, my fellow listeners, how can a father stop a mother's children from talking to her, even on the phone? On my birthday, October 1, the children had to come out of the fence to use the ball who sells mini. There's a Lustar mini, orange mini, that will come out of the fence to ask the boy to beep me so that they will wish me happy birthday. When he came home in the evening, the kids, my daughter Rachel said, oh, and we called mommy today to wish her happy birthday. The children said he got furious of them. Why should they call me to wish me happy birthday? Why should they? I mean, how can one parent tell the children to not call your mother or your father at any time? The children are so fed up, they are tired, they are traumatized. This is what happened. This is my story. This is what happened to me on Thursday evening in Soko Yard, down to Go Road. And I seek justice. I don't want anything else, but let justice be done this time around. I am tired and fed up because he always get away with these things because he feels he is this big shot and nothing can be done to him. This time around, I seek justice. Thank you.
Guys.
Let me go first.
No, ladies go first.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and let Dr. Richardson and Mariah speak to this one because this is.
Lauren, this is Mariah, and
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any question for you. I just want to say to you how proud I am of the position you've taken, and that
Okay.
you have become a model of what women who have endured abuse can be, and they will always look
Yes,
to you as an example of what needs to be done. And they will always be able to say, if Lauren could do it, I can do it too. And I just want to say thank
Oh,
you for
yes.
your courage.
Since it happened on Thursday, so many friends who I didn't even know are going through issues. They are in my inbox and expressing themselves to me, women that are older than me. Honestly.
Yeah, I know that because this is work that we've done for years, and I know how rampant this issue is. You know, in fact, I had someone who reached out to me just last week about wanting a divorce from her husband because he's been beating on her too much. And I told her when I get back, we talk. And she contacted me again and said he had just beaten on her a few days ago, so I had to refer her to Anthony Fascia Harris to handle it while I was there, and I had to allow her to find a safe place to be until then. So this is an issue that is very common, but I just, a lot of women do not publicly talk about it. They don't, go to court about it and try to seek justice. And you doing that, you've opened a new era for Liberian women. And I just want to say thank you for your courage.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Richardson.
Miss Lorraine Anderson, this is Dr. Richardson. I'm so sorry. I just want to start by just letting you know that I'm so sorry that you had to endure all this emotional and physical and psychological pain for all these years. Thank you for standing up for women. Thank you for at least adding to the conversation of sexual and gender-based violence. If I have a few words for you, I heard pain in your voice. I heard that. There's one thing to fight through the court case. It can be healing to do so. It can also be very tough to go through the system or somebody ask you for evidence. That's an example of how our country is a little bit behind, because in different cultures, different countries, we know that when people are being abused, they don't have evidence. There's no tracking system for that. Okay.
Yeah, if you don't report it, you keep it to yourself, and you say, "Oh well, the wounds will heal, will get better," and we'll talk about it family way.
Exactly. And this is what awareness, the system, our judicial system has to get up to par with other parts of the world. So yes, it can be healing to go through the court system, but I need you to take care of yourself. I heard you. I'm hearing it in your voice. I don't know if there's a friend you can talk to, if there's a professional service that we have. I don't know if we have that in our country, that you feel free to constantly talk about this. You're going to be having some experiences right now where this whole issue is going to play out in your head over and over and over. Okay. You sometimes will blame yourself. That's part of the process. Thank you for standing up for your children. I mean, I can't even imagine what a father would want his child to be exposed, his girls, children, his son, to be exposed to treating you the way that he treated you. So I'm so sorry. And I'm very angry at those people in the yard who they should have cut that bugger and whip him. He should have been beaten. He should have, I mean, there's no, I'm sorry, in self-defense of you, but they were telling you to calm down, and you should, I think I wrote down, they told you, man, let it be so, man, jail go. No.
Yeah, I want a man to kill you, jail go, and things like that.
Strong men were there, they sat there and watched that. I'm sorry, okay? What I can say, I'm sorry, men. I want to talk to you guys. You guys have to serve as allies to women. In the past, we used to think that this fight was just a woman's fight. Okay, we used to have women fighting against sexual and gender-based violence, but we know that men are in power. You guys have the power and the control of the political system. You have the power, the control of the legal system and the culture. We need you to join in and teach your sons differently, teach your colleagues differently. And this is why I actually thankful that Spoon is having this program, because it's not just a woman's issue anymore. The only way our culture, our world will change is when we have you men standing up for women. There should be no way men can be in a compound and they see another man beating a woman and they say, man, let it go and stuff like that. Men, women, all of y'all can jump up and beat that person who beat the woman, and then we'll talk about the due process later on. Thank you.
Well, Chairman Ben, I would just say this real quick to our sister. We are very, very sorry for the incident. We hope, again, you remain strong. Thank you for what you did. I mean, you didn't want to do that for you. What happened, man? Trust me, all will have the courage to walk in your footstep. We want to say, please keep strong. Remain in contact with your support team, Mariah Yakula, and the rest of the folks that's speaking to you right now to encourage you. It gave him no right to beat on you.
I want to ask
as the condition solves the problem, and we really, really want you to take courage. take
I
courage.
wanted to
Please.
ask her. She says she hasn't been to the hospital. What is stopping her from going?
Hello?
Yeah, you say you haven't been to the hospital, Lorraine. Why you haven't gone to the hospital?
I just went to our community clinic, just to do a checkup that night and for the pains and stuff. But I mean, I from Dr. Felix today, Dr. Another Collins Andrews, she asked me if I had gone to the hospital, and I told her not yet. And she said, Laurie, what are you waiting for? You need to go to the hospital to do a thorough checkup, but I plan to do that. Hopefully tomorrow after, because we have court case tomorrow in the morning, so I plan to do that. Maybe tomorrow again. Yes, I plan to do that tomorrow to do a thorough, internal checkup at a Pico Referral Hospital.
Please advocate for the judge to give you your children and let the father pay the child support. Let them be in your custody because they are not learning any good behavior from him. That's an argument.
Yes, ma'am.
Lauren, and first of all, I agree. I think you should go to the hospital tomorrow. I think it should be primary.
Yeah.
Because you don't know if, you may have anything going on internally, especially when you saying he was kicking you and, some of the pains some of the things that was inflicted upon your body. You don't want to take that for granted. So I will
that's what
encourage you.
Yeah.
I will encourage you to do that. If you can make it first thing, please go ahead and do that. The second thing I want to ask you is, first of all, how are the children doing right now? Were you able to talk to them since that day?
Like I said, my niece and myself spoke on that Friday, and in the evening, I managed to ask a friend who lives down Dupont Road. I asked her to please see if she could get them outside, but she went to the fence and she could not talk with them. So I have not talked with them since that day, except only my niece who called me, because I don't want to call the nurse. She has a job. I don't want to put her in any problem because, like I told her, when your boss may fire you, Mama, I can't pay you. I can't hire you. I don't have money. So I didn't call the nurse. And in fact, I forgot to even mention that the kids, and the nurse told me that he told the nurse that she should not bring her phone to work because he doesn't want the kids to take her phone and be talking to me. That's what he told the nurse. Just imagine telling a grown woman who has her own family that she is living at home, telling her not to bring her phone at work because you don't want your children using her phone to talk to their mom. So I don't know if the nurse still brings her phone to work. I don't know. But that's what the nurse and the kids said to me. And I know they will not lie on him. They will not lie on him concerning that. That's why he told the nurse. So I have not been able to see them, talk with them since Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I really pray that you because you also have to think long term how this is going to affect them. And so I will urge you to try to see if you can make some contact. I know you say you're going to court tomorrow. This will raising the tension and heighten the urgency for them to see your current reality. But I just want to say before I leave, before I end on this note, like the rest of the panelists have said, thank you for your courage. Thank you for who you are. Thank you for for being, and I don't blame you for shielding him, because that has been our culture. That has been what they say, you don't aspire to something you don't know. If you were brought up, raised, and bred like many Liberian women, and to a certain degree men who have been raised, like you said, from the old school, that is what you were taught to do. So I don't think you should blame yourself. I think what you need to focus on now is what you're doing today, which is the right thing. And I want to urge you to become a champion for this. You can turn this tragedy into something positive. You can save, and like you said, there are tons of women now reaching to you in your inbox. You can now turn into their champion. You can now encourage them to give them voice. And I can assure you that this platform, and I think I can speak for the entire team, we'll be willing to help you in whatever way we can to start whatever movement you need to start. We have a lot. I have two strong women on this platform, but I think it's very, very important for you to not drop this ball, because the country that we live in. This will just be today, and tomorrow we'll all go back to doing what we normally do and forgetting about it. But I just want to thank you for your strength, and I want to ask that you take care of yourself, go to the hospital, and make sure that you fight to have some kind of control over your children, because, like you said, they sound like very smart kids. They sound like very, very, very smart kids, and I think you deserve to have them. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And can I just, before you leave, Ben, I agree with you, but I also want to say to you, Lorraine,
Yes, ma'am.
don't take on that burden too soon. Do it when you're ready to. That is to champion this cause. Right now, think about you, yourself, your children, and how you can get the peace that you need, and handle this situation. In terms of this fight against domestic violence, know that you have an army behind you. And whenever you're ready, mentally, emotionally, physically, psychologically, to join that fight and champion it, do that. But don't do it too soon, because you still need to take care of yourself for now. And everybody else who's been in this fight will support you as much as we can. But don't feel that because you have this massive support for what you're doing, so you're indebted to us to now come back and join this fight immediately. We would love to have you as part of, this fight has been ongoing, but take care of yourself first. Look out for you and your children now. And when you're strong enough and ready to join the fight, we'll always be here. And your lawyer, Anthony Margaret Nigba, I want to actually acknowledge her publicly and thank her for the work that she's doing. Attorney Fasia Harris, the tons of Liberian women lawyers who are doing this work, and we can all support them as well. But please do not personally carry that burden of feeling that you have to do that immediately. Just take care of yourself for now.
Yeah, I hope you also take care of yourself. And
Thank you very much.
Find somewhere safe to be, because he could come after you. Maybe he could find some people to come after you. So make sure you take care of yourself. And
Yes, I'm telling you.
Please go to the hospital. I beg you. Please go to the hospital tomorrow to get checked up. I'm begging you, please. It's important.
Yes,
Go to the hospital to
Yes,
get
sir.
checked
I
up
will.
tomorrow.
Right after the court, I will go.
Kev?
Well, I want to thank you for your bravery to come on the show and tell your story to the Liberian people. Obviously, he sounds like a bad guy who been doing such like you said, beating on you. My question to you: with all these things that went on, why he was awarded the case? Because it sounds like your children are in a dangerous place. So why is he in custody of the case?
Well, I was just, although that's the case, but based on like what I said, that judge, the judge had told us that right after the divorce, well, we were to return to the court to settle the children business. So that's what I've been waiting for, and using that time to at least see them every now and then and talk with them, since I'm not able to see them every day. So that's the situation.
Okay.
We want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lorraine. We wish you well, and we pray to God that again we will follow up with you concerning your health and the health of the kids. We want to say, please, we keep you in our prayers, be strong, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on the show. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You are quite welcome.
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you very much, Rufus. Guys, this week,
Good question, Stanton. And I think it flows into what Dr. Richardson has said and what she had mentioned about the issue of evidence. even though they did make the claim that this man had been abusive during the marriage, because the law says he has custody until the judge can hear that matter. That's why the kids had to stay with him, because they said she didn't have evidence to prove that he was abusive during the marriage. So now that we have this, and once the divorce is final, when they go into the issue of custody, she can, of course, present her evidence. And then at this point, in the best interest of the children, he may not have custody. But it was a good question that you asked about. I think some people too have been wondering, why are the kids with him? But as she said, they told her she didn't have evidence before. The judge could not have, and that's why he said, let's handle the divorce and then we'll handle the custody.
Let me ask a question now. Let's put a little bit of politics in this thing. Should the gender ministry wait? Should NIC wait to suspend this guy? Jimmy Ben?
I don't. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you said he worked for NIC, so it's not. I don't think it's in the ministry.
Yeah. No. I'm just putting everything together. The government as a whole.
Yeah. Well, what's his position at NIC, by the way? Is he an appointed position, or he works? What is his position?
The director can suspend him.
Yeah, you mean that's what I'm saying. I mean, I definitely believe some kind of action needs to take place, especially with it being with the attention that it has garnered, so that it also sends a deterrent out there that these things don't happen, and it and it flies, that people figure, like she said, he feels he's a big shot. So
it seems to be he's a big shot, but not that big shot enough to beat on a woman. Go ahead, Ken. Go ahead.
Can you make it clear? You say he's the gentleman is in custody right now, right?
Okay, so
he's arrested.
Okay.
Well, that's
right, so he's arrested. Okay.
So I just wanted to say that the chair of the NIC, Attorney Gray, has been supportive, and when he was contacted, he said he would get back to us. He did get back with the lawyers. So I'm sure from the administrative standpoint, they will
do what is right,
the best decision, and do what is right. But I want to publicly say that he was very receptive. I mean, he clearly, I won't.
This Anthony you're talking about, Gray, is the chair of the NIC chair. Okay.
Deal with Gray.
No, Moluwele.
Gray.
Right. So he was very, and he was taken aback by the pictures as well. So I'm sure he will, and he's been in touch with the lawyers. So I'm sure what is needed to be done administratively, I'm sure they will.
Okay, guys, we want to say thank you very much, Anthony Yakula. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson, and everyone else. Thanks to you, Lorraine. We appreciate you joining us tonight. Real quick, while we wrapping up this program, you can call about send me a letter.
Before you get to that, Stanton, may I just say something? Yeah, may I just say, part of the challenges with some of these fights can be, as I mentioned earlier, financial. Even sometimes women can leave their abusive environment because they don't have the financial capacity. And sometimes, no matter how much finances you have, it's one thing to take from either your children's school fees, your food money, your other basic necessities to then handle legal stuff. So, I think it will also be good if people want to reach out and support in terms of financially to her to go through these legal issues that she's going through as well would be good. I think that's something we can put out there for the public.
Yeah, so let's discuss it the best way we can, and then we can announce it better tomorrow or so. Okay. Let's do that, guys. I want us to talk about it. PPCC, but I think we'll do that tomorrow, because something about PPCC and the National Election Commission, something is not right when you look at a biometric equipment to print biometric voter card. Something about that we need to discuss, and let's discuss it tomorrow. East International, people say it belongs to Nathaniel McGill. Now McGill say he's not part of East International. Today we received information that again from our sources that OFAC has blocked East International transaction. They cannot withdraw, they cannot deposit, they cannot do nothing. Real quick, guys. East International. If this is true, that OFAC is blocking East, and now we will say our sources, and we will confirm in due time, because we were asked that they will be reaching out again to us to confirm this story. East International. If you look at some of the reason why Minister McGill is placed on sanction, it's about this East International. Folks saying that it belongs to Minister McGill. Minister McGill have denied this vehemently, say, no, I got nothing to do. This started since Salif time. You can ask Justice Minister Musa Dean or Samuel Twe. They signed on the ratification. You guys know the story. But we are learning now that East International cannot withdraw. They cannot make a deposit, no other transaction.
Is this the company that has the airport road contract?
RIA road, yes.
So how do we?
That's the question we have to discuss real quick. 30 seconds real quick, and we'll continue tomorrow. How would this affect that airport? People are dying now. East International cannot get the money out. They cannot put money in. Something is frozen somewhere. Chairman, you go quickly.
If OFAC has done anything of this such, I will believe that it will be made public. And like you said, when OFAC blacklists or lists a company, it's not something that is done in secret. I think they list the company, and you can actually see the listing.
Right, you should be able to see it on the website.
Yeah. So I
would say to you though, and Ben, don't push me to call the source's name.
I'm not pushing.
They want to make a transaction. East International, they couldn't withdraw, and they couldn't make any bank-related transaction. Okay, it's not the Liberian government, and I want to leave it like that. But just the question that we're coming up with right now: how would this affect the construction at RIA? How serious is this, Chairman?
So my only concern with that narrative is we're not sure yet if they're listed. If they went to do a transaction and it is blocked, I want to know, because if they are listed, then yes, then there is a problem here. Because then
what's the problem? How serious is this problem?
I don't know what the problem is. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that
they cannot ban. Listen to the question and just go by it. If they cannot make any financial transaction,
okay,
and they are the one responsible to complete the Rawa International Airport, the highway, and they cannot make any financial transaction, how serious it is for Liberian?
Well, but my last.
Let me finish, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's what I just said. If they are blocked, if they have been listed by OFAC, then they're done. Then it is a problem. But until we can get the confirmation that they're listed, then I don't know. I mean, are we making the pronouncement based on if or what? That's the question I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ben. Josh.
Well,
let me go back to the if that Ben is holding on to.
But Ben, let me finish that.
Let me finish.
He's holding on to.
But Ben, I agree with your
why are we making it? You're trying to get me to make a judgment on something that is not confirmed.
Ben, I'm not putting you on the spot.
Okay.
And I'll go back to what I said. The if that Ben is referring to, because I will not say what I want to say yet till tomorrow. The if that Ben is referring to, if it is what it is, how serious is this concerning RIA highway? St. Thomas and George.
Well, my understanding is that the lawmakers, they have taken seats of this project issue, and I think the last thing I heard from them was that they were going to put a stop to this stuff, and they have a problem with this East Coast company, the president constructing the RIA's road, and I think from what I'm understanding is that they're going to put a stop to it, and perhaps find the government have to get a new contractor to do it, because a lot of controversy behind this company, a lot of financial stuff. So,
you see, George, you know how much money in that thing already?
You know that the money these people have borrowed, that the government will be paying over years.
Why didn't
You know the money that have been deposited in their account.
Is the legislature stopping it because of the OFAC listing, or is
No,
it
not
because of non-performance?
I think I do
That's why I'm asking you.
Ben, I don't do OFAC listing. You know, OFAC don't operate away. You know that.
So that's why I'm asking, because Stanton was alluding to OFAC. That's why I'm asking. He said they went to do a transaction.
So you're telling Liberian people what OFAC is now?
And not the American people, the people who can
Office of Foreign
American people.
foreign assets and what we talking about Liberian people?
Listen. Mariah, let me say this to you. Something scary is happening. And I agree with Chairman Ben and Sintamon and George. But something scary is happening, and nobody want to put their fingerprint on this. East International is in a serious mess. East International cannot continue the operation in building the RI road, but a lot of money involved right now. And the money that is involved the government. But let's talk about the human factor here. It will not be done this year. The government cannot allocate another funds to continue to give concession to a new company. And that's the mess I want us to talk about. All this other thing, it will be sure we don't have a time, but very quick, that's why I said 30 seconds. If this is what it is, Mariah and Tony Yakula, how serious it is for Liberia.
Until you can give us real facts.
That's my point.
Yeah, you want us to
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
This is what it is?
Is it OFAC? Is it they can do that way?
I love the team, and I like to just bring you guys to this. I will share the information with you guys. Then let's come back tomorrow. If this is
much better.
Yeah. But because you know why? But this is why it is. If this is international, is in a mess. Number one, the road is bad off Raw International Airport. The road is just not where it should be. And the road, I don't think construction is going on now. You can ask Kev Hassan. You know more about East International than any one of us on this set. Right, Kev?
So why are you quiet?
Yeah, because are we going around the horn? Let's talk about.
Have you ever waited to go around the horn? If you want to speak,
no. I tell you, we're going around the horn, but if you want to speak on it, I can speak on it. You know, folks should understand. And I'm glad that we will be talking about East International. So folks around who say. And on that sanction list, McGill is dealing with a multi-million-dollar contract to have a share in East International. Then the truth will come out. I think this discussion is productive. We need to talk about it because East International came to Liberia 2010. 2010. No, 2010. Yeah, Dr. Richardson, it's 2010.
What's relevant?
Yeah. So how can
who say you can't get new shareholders?
No, how can the deal already signed, right?
So what are you saying? What are you saying, Mariah?
Yeah, I listen to Mariah.
No, but we can't say it's international.
Because Mariah, the reason Mariah is saying that because she know that since 2010. You remember when the Unity Party always said we started this, we secured the funds for the RRA. That's East International they're talking about. So East International.
So Mariah secured that Mariah took the money.
No, what I'm saying is that it's impossible for McGill to have a share in a company that was already passed by our. You see, we do have a system, right? That system, there's nothing. You know, former Vice President were right there. He was the president of the Senate when East International passed. He can speak more on it if you want to be truthful. So he was there. He over it. So we have every information about East International. I guess my printer is buzzing right now. So we know exactly how East International came to Liberia. So I'm happy for this discussion. Then the Liberian people will realize that that bogus charges on McGill will come to light. So we need to talk about it. Guys, I don't want us tomorrow to say, oh, we're just leaving the air. Let's go into it. Let's talk about it. Then
because we're out of time, we're gonna do a full conversation on East International Gas.
I think it's
East International as
I love the discussion. It's a good discussion. Then
I hope we can have a detailed fact on it, not to just talk about it.
That's all we can be informed before we discuss it.
When they call you ahead of the show, you say pick up your phone.
The shareholder listing, everything. I'm just sharing.
You want a shareholder listing?
You know, that's nice because I hear all the shareholdings. I hear all discussing.
The document should have McGill name on it because it's international Liberian company.
But don't put McGill with anything we're talking about. You want to drag McGill with this?
Okay, CEO, we shouldn't play politics with this. It's international. One of the area they charge McGill. It's a fact. Let's talk about it. So don't say
they charge McGill.
So you got document that they're charging. What are you talking so, Kev?
But what are you talking about?
It just sounds like you're talking things.
I'm begging you. Let's get something straight. Please. Give us 2 minutes of your time. I know you gotta go and you just from work, but let's be very clear. And the reason why we cannot go in because we're running all of time. It's 11 o'clock in Liberia.
Let's talk about this.
And it's 7 p.m. We'll discuss it more. But the charge Minister McGill about concerning East International, did they say that in the charges?
Let me tell you, you know what the charges said, right?
Yeah. Let's leave this thing.
Yeah, the American ambassador, he just rest on it. You know what about no? He said he did video.
Why you trying to put somebody in
He cannot speak.
Anyway, go ahead. You from the government side, so you can talk. Go ahead.
Let me speak. One of the charges that McGill owned share a multi-million-dollar company. Multi-million-dollar company, right? So you guys, you check. Where are the multi-million-dollar company? It's international. ArcelorMittal. Firestone. That's one of the charges. Read it.
The thing is this, though. When Ambassador McCarthy read, when he read,
the reason why
ask the question.
Why
you guys to linger in the air?
But what I said about with this is international.
I'm not talking anything I don't have facts about. To be honest.
Exactly. We need to discuss it. We need to discuss it.
But Kat, we're discussing more, but let me be very clear though. The ambassador didn't say anything about any one company.
Nobody ambassador yet, man. We're talking about the charges. The ambassador brought charges. The ambassador brought charges.
He announced the sanction.
So if you announce it that he brought charges,
no, but he didn't say about any charges. He just said he just named what the sanction said.
I'm talking about the charges. We need to go into those charges.
Also, there are charges available,
and maybe this will.
No, listen. Can I ask one of the things they said McGill.
Why you not talking anything?
Were there listing of any specific companies? Was there? If there was not, I would clearly advise that move forward, because for me, it's not about just talking about it. It's about
you gotta let Kev answer. You gotta let Kev answer. Ben, you ask a question.
It's about us talking. It's about us.
Kev answer, Chairman Ben.
Listen, Ben, guys, you're listening, and
we about to leave. But let Kev answer.
Please. You know, people want to let stuff linger in the air. The reason some of us, we not on your opening statement, Stanton. You did talk about East International. You did talk about McGill. You did talk about the sanction. You talk about all those things. So your opening statement on East International. So my thing is that we're talking about multi-million-dollar company that they put on the name of McGill. So go around and see. So if we talk about East International, we clear it. The next thing you'll bring ArcelorMittal, we clear it. You'll bring a Firestone.
Okay, so that's your point. That's your point.
Yes.
Your point is because you to a certain extent, because Stanton did mention that McGill was accused of owning shares, but Stanton also said McGill denied it.
Yes. I'm not talking about Stanton thing. So that's why I'm going to. Tomorrow it might be ArcelorMittal. Though we'll discuss about it. Next tomorrow it might be Firestone.
My thing is the discussion on East International.
But is that right? That Richard Singh and Mariah just quiet and lying.
My thing is, if there is a discussion on East International, we should have some clarity on what the discussion is about. Is it about, because like I said before, there was this conversation about they went to do a transaction. The Stanton said they wanted to do a transaction with possibly OFAC. Is it about the Tomlin said the legislature is looking into East International? My thing is we need to be clear on whether the two are correlated, whether they are related, right? Is the legislature looking at East International because they are allegedly listed, or are they looking at East International because of non-performance? There's so many things. So that's why I'm advising that we have a clear context to be able to speak from.
Yeah, Kev, do McGill have any relationship with East International?
If McGill have what?
You have any relationship with that company?
Zero.
Oh, Lord, the people in Liberia know what they know, man. The US people who brought attention to it. But you guys can't talk.
Yeah, but Kev, my point was that at that time I'm hearing that you are linked to East International from you.
What happened? The manipulating processes.
We will go into it and we will show you. I think we should be here.
So if you say, you are talking about it all.
No, go ahead, yeah.
This year, they're not Stanton talking it. It was reported that McGill had relationship with East International. McGill denied it. East International denied it. Move on. Now, if this issue with East International comes up and it's proven that yes, their transaction were blocked or their accounts are blocked, or as Stanton said, whether it's OFAC or legislature, when we get the facts, then we can discuss this issue tomorrow and the ramifications on the Liberian people. But don't sit there and make it seem like somebody trying to have a conversation around McGill and East International. The conversation was not about that. The conversation was about what are the ramifications if they actually were blocked. What ramifications are there for the road project that they were awarded?
It could be ArcelorMittal tomorrow. It could be Firestone. So what stands are open? I went for it.
Can you take us home?
Yeah, man.
So tomorrow we count your Firestone. Firestone contract was signed by you and I even born. You count Firestone.
Guys, let's get the facts. My thought on this is like let's get the facts and let's have a substantive conversation if there is a conversation that needs to be held. That's my point on this.
So that's the way to take us home, right? Dr. Richardson, you're closing. We're closing now, guys. We're closing now.
I just want to say that I'm looking forward to more information for us to have this discussion. On the other hand, one of the things that I learned from Charles Gall when he was on this show is that he actually enlightened us about the different intricacies involved with manipulating contracts in Liberia. So somebody's name might not be on the contract, but there are still ways to manipulate the procurement process. I just wanted to put that out there.
So you and Mariah sign alike. You and Mariah coming from somewhere with this one.
But it's in the report, the sanctions says McGill manipulated procurement processes to award contract to companies that he has ownership of. Facts. They're not Mariah fact.
Which company? Which company?
They didn't say which company. That kept calling company their name.
Okay. Dr. Peabody, you want to close?
I'll wait until I can read some things on it.
You want to close on anything besides East International? I know you do.
My heart goes to that lady, and I'm praying for her. little broken down by her spirit tonight, and I pray that she get the help that she needs. Thank you.
Dr. Peabody. Sintomani Josh.
You know, that little story, right? I remember it took me back on Dupero. I was on Dupero many years ago before I came to the States. And there was this guy right by the graveyard there. This guy was beating this lady, right? Beating the lady. And I wanted to, I wanted to go and to go and jump in to protect her. Man, but when I went near the guy, I saw the guy, man, I took I turned around and said, no, this guy, because he was dark. I said, this guy, I tried the guy, he was blooding me. So so I started calling for help. And I ran because the guy, I knew the guy was going to overpower me. So I don't want to go and get hurt. But I when I called the nearest depot, said the beating a lady there, and the police there came through, they saw the guy through, they said, well, they're trying to negotiate with the guy. I said, wow. So when she was talking about how the guy beat her, I remember that story and touched me a lot. But I pray, I'm happy that our good friend and sister Mariah, they're all involved in that in that matter. And I pray and hope that she will get the justice from where she has been dealt. It's something that we should always condemn. And I come from a family with a lot of sisters, so I women business. My dad used to play. Or you talk to my sister bad, he will whip you. So something that we have grown with. But I just pray for the best for her, and I pray that everyone will condemn violence against women in all form and shape. But concerning what happening with the issue about this case, East Company, I know when the American ambassador announced the sanction imposition on our officials, he did talk about corruption. He was in a broad text. The text he didn't go into detail. Only to now I'm hearing that East National has to do with it. But as we said, we'll dig deeper. We'll find out what's going on with the status of East Coast International Company with the road project, because that road project is very serious, especially coming to the election. A lot of traffic will be on that road soon. People will be going to register to vote. People will be going on vacation soon, and election will be taking place. So a lot will be going on that road. So we pray that we'll come to some understanding about what's happening on that road. And lastly, I told you we lost our sister. We had a meeting yesterday for her. She will be around the 3rd of December.
What teacher you in?
I'm a chess teacher, my man. Ben, I'm a chess man, man. I go out.
You got a praying hand cross. I thought I was
a praying teacher.
I thought I was a whole teacher.
A praying teacher, But we'll be around the 3rd of December, and we look forward to giving her a
and special thanks to Markan too, though.
And Markan, thanks for the weekend. You really treated us nice. It was good.
Yeah, I was there. I was
a nice time, and you did well. At least I able to say yes. The soup, potato green, I got it. That green potato green, I brought it. It was nice. But we had a good time. See you. Thanks, man, guys. And 350 days for election. 350 for election.
You're not closing?
Ben,
you want to go last?
Ben,
you finished? All right.
I thought Tomini was saying bye. I thought we were going. That's why I was saying.
No, I'm going to close. So it's important to know that.
And the poll came out today. The poll came out today.
Tomani, can we close? Can we close? Can we close?
Y'all mentioned
Can we close that? Georgie, when leave that in the marketplace. Leave that in the marketplace. But let me just announce real quick. Yeah, I saw something. Let me announce. I saw something that means. Hold on. Great Britain have the first Black Indian Prime Minister. Thank God for that. But we can now discuss about this poll Tomani always talk about. I received a poll. I don't know how they did it, but Alexander Cummings is in the lead. Joseph Boaga second, and George Manawe at third.
Oh, you okay. From
they one from GNN.
You get jokes.
Yes, you guys.
No, that poll is legit. Matter of fact, I actually read I didn't get the beginning. I'm reading on East International. I was saying the link from News.
But the total Brooks poll.
But there's a breaking news in that news report on East International. On the polls, yes, I believe GNN Liberia did a poll and an online poll that ran, over 1,000 persons participated in the poll according to their
So you're not called my closing.
Mr. Cummings was in the lead, but it was a small margin between he and Ambassador Boycott. And I think that's really reflective of what's happening. And we had a conversation the other day somewhere. Mr. Cummings can overcome Boycott. Kept you laughing, but the vast majority you laughing because you know you laughing.
Let me ask you a question. Mariah, let me ask you a question. You really don't believe in the poll, right?
What?
You really don't even believe in it. Your own
I do believe in the poll. No, but let me ask you,
anybody bring that poll here, that person gets fired.
How can you say Mr. Cummings has a lot of diaspora support, but then doubt an online poll that?
No, that's why I asked if that poll was done in the diaspora.
It's an online poll.
I'm not doubting.
Yeah, so why you asking about believing it? I believe in it, of course.
Yeah, but here's my thing. You just interrupted me, and I'm trying to lay something up for you.
You call it,
and you couldn't wait. You couldn't wait. But I think these guys that need Kev. Let me close like this. I think these guys that need to stop. There's a way you can eat. There's a way you can eat Mr. Cummings' money. GNN need to stop.
No, I think you need to stop.
But definitely not.
No, you need to stop. Because you're so consistent. How do you say Cummings support Who's supposed to be the lead with Olapo?
Mariah, let me finish.
Yeah.
Give my time to close. Can I close though?
Okay, close now.
Yeah, man, I need to go get my charger, man, because I want my phone to go up.
No, your phone shouldn't go up.
No, I stay here. I mean, I get my charger. I beg you.
No, I'll wait for you when you come back.
Yeah, wait for me.
While waiting, Kev, you said East International was registered in 2010.
East International.
Registering a company in 2010 that the company is in operation.
Allow me to do my closing.
I just wanted to put that out there.
Allow me to do my closing.
They'll tell you.
You see? Let me say this, folks. And I know.
I'm not.
Chairman, start laughing, City Manager. And I know ANC going to get vexed. We all understand that Mr. Cummings got money. But at least, if you want to eat...
the other post that
Can you give me
Those things I would not get you chance.
Why? But why you adding
How can you tie the post to somebody eating Mr. Cummings' money?
But this thing needs to stop. Every one of you guys will interrupt me once I start speaking. I thought you said my time to talk. But Ben, I thought it's my time to talk, right?
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Thank you. You know, we all know Mr. Cummings got money. He's the richest candidate in the race. But these people don't need to stop. I read this thing. I went over it 2-3 times. And I felt sorry for them. For you to ask Mr. Cummings for money and say he's leading.
I only hear too many laughing.
But what's the issue then?
The poor look at different poor. I know what you're talking about, man.
Is that a poor coming in? Is that a poor you're talking about?
That the poor international poor did in it, abroad. They put it abroad.
Leave them on the poor alone. Let's talk about the GNN poor.
But again, to see your point, you cannot be eating Mr. Cummings' money.
Can I make Mariah feel bad with me?
No, it's not making me bad. Let me just say something.
Can I make Mariah feel bad with me? This thing is terrible, guys. We understand times are very hard. It is difficult in the country. Everybody got to hustle. But the other hustle here is just not fair.
Let me say what you say.
No.
You cannot say that about
show.
No. If they start saying that about school, you will have issues.
Mariah cannot interrupt me, Kev Hassan, if you say that.
All right.
Mariah cannot interrupt me for 4 or 5 times, and you guys say that you're not protecting me. That's my time to close.
You just say you're mad on that pool. You just said.
Thank you. Let me say this. And this is wrong. I know Mr. Cummings is doing extremely well. I know Mr. Cummings is trying,
But for these guys then to use what they have, Dr. Richardson, what's the term in psychology? How will you term that, Dr. Richardson?
I'm sorry.
Doing the same thing over and over and expecting the same result.
I don't know.
Or different
We don't have a
result.
term for that.
Okay? There's no way for GNN to do this.
You're not using me to chew your pepper.
That's the term, right? And I think they are using Mr. Cummings to chew the pepper. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. I think they are using Mr. Cummings to chew the pepper because this is absolutely wrong. But Mariah will agree with you. You say it's an online poll. Even an online poll, right? To come to us and say Mr. Cummings is leading. Now, this is the headline. Listen to what it says. Ahead of 2023, GNN opinion poll shows contest between ANC, UP, CDC have for the presidency. The first paragraph from that headline reads, ahead of 2023 general and presidential election, come October of next year, Liberians are putting forward the choices for country next president. Now, over the last 2 months, GNN polling, yeah, I'm reading what is here. I'm reading the newspaper. You don't want me to read it?
But I need to say something quickly.
Yeah, but I just got to read it because Mubarak says it's an online poll.
No, but I do want to make it clear that
it didn't say online polling. That's why you got to understand, Mariah. You are clarifying it now. Say this thing was done.
I don't know. I read it online.
If
So I know it's online.
are coming to lead. No. They didn't say online polling, Chairman Ben. They said this. They did a polling, right? 1,000 some more people they spoke to. Mr. Cummings came first. Joseph Boakai came second, and John Manawiya came distant third. And when I read it over and over, how can they say President George Manawiya coming distant third? Even if you want small thing,
what do you mean distant third? What were the numbers? Read the numbers.
Mariah, my sister, tonight.
Stanton, read
So
the
tonight,
numbers.
I don't think the newspaper are fair to Mr. Cummings.
Read the numbers.
No, I'm done. I
would say they should have been explicit.
They want listen. These guys they need to stop. You cannot do this to Mr. Cummings. We know Mr. Cummings got money. If you want Esau, talk to Mariah Yakula. Talk to her. She went far away.
This perception that Mr. Cummings is giving.
But you cannot come up with this kind of bogus stories. I know we are not perfect in what we do. We are not perfect in what we do, but you cannot come up with a bogus story and you expect us to buy it. Mr. Cummings trying. But the poor president, we are in distant term. Even if I very president, we are wake up one morning and say this is not true. Because it's not true. It is not.
Even Mariah said no, it's not true.
Well, I know it's not true. That was she still continue to read it over and over.
Why you think Mariah
have a good night?
Let's talk about East International.
No, we're not having a good night. I can't respond to that. After you are talking. First things first, run away. That's what you good at, Stanton. You throw the rock behind your hand. First things first, the assumption that I think Mr. Cummings paying people to support him or do polls or whatever is baseless, and I think it's unnecessary to make those.
No, I'm not saying Mr. Cummings paying people. Don't what I said. I'm not saying Mr. Cummings paying people. I'm saying those that are doing this to Mariah, don't twist what I said. Those that are doing this for a reward, I don't think they are doing right.
You said they want to eat Cummings money, but let me finish.
So Mr. Cummings is not paying
That's the
them.
first thing. The second thing is you're a media institution. Speaking of another media institution in so denigrating manner, you should not be surprised when they start talking about Spoon in that way as well. People can also say the government paying Spoon to run their propaganda.
You have said it before, Mariah. That's strange to say every day. This is a Joya station. This is a Maggie station. So who cares?
You don't post here. What are you talking about? You can dump down on other media institutions' credibility.
Mariah, they didn't clarify whether it was an online polling. They just said polling, Mariah. But can you admit that they were wrong, though? Can you admit that they were wrong?
Okay, but I know I interrupted you, and that's fair. But let me also say that you cannot dump down other media institutions' credibility without any evidence.
America said
You in the media space to say that these media people, GNN, like bro, it's not that's another credible media institution. How do you dump down on their credibility without any evidence? You do.
I'm speaking about the story that they put out. The story that they put out was wrong. Can you admit to me that it was wrong?
What was wrong? What was wrong? To put out
they should have clarified that this is online.
You can find out if it is or not, even if it's not. What's the issue? Is it
the issue is that for them to do what in Liberia and they know very well that we all know that Mr. Promise is not ahead.
Stanton, if you think that of course, you would not think that we may not even go to second round. There's a possibility that we may not even go to second round.
Wow. Well, I believe that if we are not going to second round, I believe that if President is not going to second round, it means that maybe in Liberia the heaven will open. Because what we are looking at right now, with everything we know,
on this show and told you that they will not re-elect Weah. Every poll you done about whether they will re-elect Weah or voting again, they've consistently told you no.
Can we not
So why are we sitting here?
Let me play the ball. Let's get our sister chance. Let's get our sister chance to talk Tabata. Let me play the ball.
You keep interrupting me and I do it to you so I'm best. But the point of the matter
is the poll was conducted online. The poll was conducted online.
So but it's okay.
Kev, sometimes you go contrary to the talking point.
But if the poll was conducted online, that person are coming to win.
It wasn't conducted online, Kev.
It is clear that Cummings has a lot of support in the diaspora.
Kev, look at me.
In the diaspora, that is true.
Man, Ben, what? I thought you got Kevin in school.
No, listen. You know, Mr. Cummings do have a lot of support in the diaspora. Maybe people.
Forget it, man. You sometimes you're not online with the conversation. And you know, I know the guy gotta go. He gotta go somewhere else, man. I'm telling you. We got Mariah who wanted her there, now you can't save her. Come on, man. Come on, man. But guys, we want to say thanks a lot. I know it's a lot. We're going to talk about East International tomorrow. And you know, we're going to make the case. Mariah, I think you get an announcement to make. Mr. Cummings will be speaking when? The 28th?
The 29th.
When is coming to school?
Is that a 2 days event, right?
Yeah, but he's speaking on the 29th at Columbia University in New York. He'll be speaking at the African Business Conference. It's open to the public. It's online as well. And
that's a 2-day conference which runs from October 28th to the 29th.
Right.
The team is meeting the moment. We'll focus on how Africa and Africans can seize and use the moment for the benefit of the continent. Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings will be speaking, addressing Columbia Africa Conference. Is the 29th of October, and they are inviting the public, if you will. While Mr. Cummings still here in the United States, I think it will be the best.
I will not be on that panel if or when he appears on Spoon.
Please, no, I'm telling you right now, Chief of Staff.
I recuse myself, but he may not be.
We know.
He may not be able to appear while he's in the U.S. I know he's done Gerald Cummings show. He's supposed to be doing focus on Liberia tomorrow, FOL.
Yeah, but we're not giving that other announcement now, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what are you talking
I just tried to do Mr. Cummings and talk about his Columbia Africa Conference.
He's going everywhere. He's not coming to our
okay.
I will personally call him.
You know Spoon at home. He
I will personally call him.
You are the first person to come on Spoon.
I don't want to take the fuck. Don't take the fuck. Stanton, do not take the fuss. I take the fuss.
And I always tell the ANC folks,
Y'all can look for your own mistake. But let it be so. I will not wash my dirty clothes. I know the guy will message. I will not wash my clothes in public. I will be very diplomatic. I will be diplomatic and I will not wash my clothes in public. I will allow.
Mr. Cummings, can you imagine Mariah announcing all the other interviews on our platform?
Mr. Cummings will not come here.
Yeah, but you know.
Wait, you can bring Costa or your platform that can deal with your all day. Just bring it. You ain't beefy or nobody. So I didn't think but you're sorry. You're not happy.
No, Mr. Cummings will not come here.
Our comments are coming tonight.
You will not come here. Trust me, you will not come on Smooth Talk.
Okay, I'm leaving you, man.
Yeah, one person we are coming. He probably also you're gonna come. He come here. When he coming?
Josh, hold on 1 minute.
Now your friend.
Kev said, "Am I your friend?" He said, "I am your friend too." I see why you asking me.
Yeah. So come on, Tony.
After I coming in, you are your friend. Oh, you get like.
We want to say it.
Okay,
listen,
I'll reach out to him.
Let's send a shout out to Mr. Victor Hogstrom. He was well.
Oh yeah, by the way, great interview.
One-on-one with his own talk. You know, I spoke to him. He's a decent man, a family-oriented guy, and you know, be doing a lot of work. And we will be meeting with him when he returns.
Yesterday, when I listened to that interview, when that man talked about the plan that he gave to the Sirleaf administration to revitalize and to revolutionize LBC.
Yeah.
For $30-something million, I believe he said.
After the government said they needed 160 million.
Yeah, they had told her that it would be 100 million.
36 million.
You know, sometimes I sit and I just shake my head.
We have competing priorities.
Oh, that one are not priority.
Competing, no, priorities.
Mariah, when you say
Mariah, then I will tell you priorities. Yeah.
Yeah, but the issue is that I think Mr. Victor Hogstrom, he's a giant.
I think, I beg you. I think, let me tell you what they should have done. They should have reached out to the man after the man submitted that proposal, discuss with him, even if it costs them to figure out a way to raise money and say, you know what, the government will match something or form partnership. But I thought it was a missed opportunity. I thought it was a missed opportunity. But I think this government should take advantage of this man.
What is stopping the government from raising the same money, Kev?
Yeah, their government needs to take
no credibility.
A lot of money will come in. A lot of money. They could have taken care of it.
I see, Marco.
I want to say,
interrupting Stato today.
It's all right, Victor. No, I'm trying to control myself because you know I don't want to say something here again to ask my question.
Yeah, don't ask
no question. Yeah. But I will say this: I will add Uncle Pete. A man from all counties. I belong to all Liberians. A man from all counties out there. It is important for us to discuss this. Victor Hogstrom, he's a giant in the media industry, PBS, CanSat, and all over. And I understand that if opposition in position reach out to him, he will sit with them. He will talk to them. He will share his vision and dreams with them. And it's up to them. As long as he's in the country, he have a plan for Liberia, the young men and women. He have a plan for them. He even say, you know what, Stanton, we can discuss to bring them over here to come and get more training. And that's him. And I appreciate his call and I appreciate our interaction. And I think opposition in position should use the opportunity to talk to him.
You're right.
That's a good thing.
You're right.
That's a good thing. Guys, it was
a great interview yesterday.
Yeah,
you guys,
it was a wonder. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him again, and I will be visiting him once he returns by God's grace. It was a wonderful program. I understand this.
Or you?
Yeah, the small team will be visiting.
Oh, okay.
him. I just cannot put you guys there because you're coming with all the excuses why you can't go to this place. But Ben, I want to say thank you. You and Tuman and George and Peabody, Mamadou Massacre, you guys will be leading the team to Minnesota this weekend. I want to say I believe that winning for what should I call it, man? Winning for Winfred Russell would be expecting us all, and want to say that's a great thing to help him knock doors. So if you have nothing to say, that was sister that been abused
I hope he wins the mayor.
I saw some Liberians campaigning against the mayor again.
Well, we gotta go.
I care for some people, man.
That's sickening.
I care. I saw your people.
But you see, let me say this.
People that campaigning against.
Yeah, but let me say this. But let me say this. Chairman Ben. What would you do if you're in that position? Will you just stay home, right?
What do you mean?
If you're in CDC position.
Oh, you mean to support Winfred?
To support or not to support?
Oh no, I would definitely support him, and let me tell you why.
No. If you're sedition and in their belief that this guy want to remove President George Manawea if he win, that mindset, right? Like I spoke to one or two sedition, I said just stay home.
Yeah.
I said just stay home. I said you don't have to travel to Minnesota to knock door against him.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
He's a Liberian, for God's sake.
I mean, they shouldn't go to campaign against him.
He's a Liberian. And you know what the person told me? But if he win, he's gonna bring sunshine on Joe Ware.
Look at
that. Are you
look at that mindset.
I said, are you kidding me?
Listen,
I couldn't get myself together for a fellow Liberian to tell me if Russell win, Russell will lobby for sanction on the country. I like we are not from somewhere.
You know something serious happening. If I was them, I would use reverse psychology. In as much as I believe, which I don't believe that Winfred is against the government, but as much as seditions or the people who are campaigning against him believe that he's against the government, I will use that as an opportunity to prove to him to say, hey, we got your back as a Liberian, and try to and say, okay, you know what? If you're on the other side, we want to bring you to be.
But how can I say that? This guy,
they know how much
he's working with the government.
They want to Minnesota, right? He entertained them. He introduced them to the mayor, to the councilman. Even as we speak, Patrick Suru is here in Minnesota. He meeting with the captain, with the police commissioner,
police chief.
And how can it be to believe then that this guy hate the government so much, but he doing everything to connect.
I'm done
on the show.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
The danger with that is, so what? Even if he's opposition.
Exactly. That's my point.
Even if he does not support the real government, so what? Do you know what his election as mayor will do for Liberia in the U.S. and like?
It's not about Liberia. It's about themselves. It's not about the Liberian people.
That's what
it's about he against me. He against me.
It cannot be about other people. If they're running for seats in the U.S., then if you're sedition, you can support it. What you know why you have Ian Omar as state representative?
All the people are from our country.
It's because
all the Somali people,
the Somalis, the Africans, they supported her. Because representation is key.
You guys are too much, eh?
But I would say this.
That's a shame.
Too much.
He lost.
Because it's in your favor. Because it's in your favor.
Okay,
you just want to hate that I'm talking about.
Interest. You go against my
interest.
What interest?
No serious citizen will do that.
What are you talking about?
That's someone that hates that I'm talking about.
What are you talking here?
That citizen will do nothing. People are doing that real citizen do nothing.
Do you understand?
Let's take this one at a time for Kev to hear us on this one because it's serious. So we're back. We're backing you guys. Bear with us 1 minute. We're about to close the show. Kev, put everything else aside. He will help Even if that one Liberian he will help, he will help. You don't know. The white man you're knocking door for, he's not. The American man, the black American, the white American, he's not a Liberian. He's not. He don't know the pain and suffering your fellow brother and sister going through. He doesn't. It's bad for us to agree that just because you think on something, you believe that he against CDC, so you will vote against it. Even in America. Hey, man. Chairman, you go ahead.
No. You can't.
No, Jeff, you'll be last.
Everybody feeling there, you try.
Let me talk first. We are against you on the issue. So you will be last.
Everybody against you.
We are against you on this issue. So you will be last.
Let me go into the Seymour message.
You will have the last word. We are against you on the issue.
No. Okay, go ahead.
But let me state here. First of all, do you understand what representation means? Representation? Do you know why the Jewish lobby is you know why Israel, as small of a country as Israel is, do you know why it's so important to the United States? It's because of representation at every level in this country, from aldermen to mayors to senators to just name it. You have started to see other African countries follow that same model. That's why they have the representation they do. We are worried about making inroads on Capitol Hill. First of all, every state that has a huge Liberian population, there is no freaking reason why a Liberian American is not.
Let me say this to you. I agree with even Mr. Collins from Montana.
Of course.
But he's a Liberian. The man said you were running, right? As senator.
Senator, yes.
Listen, I gave him my support.
You know,
I'm not there, but I said we'll do everything. I met him. We'll be on different side of the conversation when it comes to Liberia. But here in America, we are one. We should support him. We should support them. They should go in there and fight for Liberians. That's why we're sending them there. It's not about opposition in position.
You shouldn't even give him a chance to talk. Just
for that topic, you should not even be given a chance to talk, because that's some of the hate we talk about.
Let me get close on this.
Nothing.
Let me get close on this, right? This is not and should not be about President Weah. This should not be and cannot be about him. And I'm telling you, because President Weah, time will come and it will finish. If we have the proper representation at the heights of power in this country, we know how important America is. By the time America sneezes, we can catch a cold. If we are able to elevate Liberians to the height of power in this country, we should be able to do it and forget about who's sitting in the executive mansion. And I will want to believe that President Weah will want the same thing, because it will make his job easier. I will want to believe that. So the thinking is skewed. It is not the right way to think. And I call on those who are against this brother,
but Ben, in the first
change direction and support him.
But Ben, in the first place, President Weah did not even send him there he's looking for attention. This guy always look for attention. That he just went there to look for attention. How in the world you will sit there, take people to go and vote against your own Liberian brother? You can't even demonstrate some nationalism here.
You are Liberian first before you are sedition.
That's what we're talking about. Hey,
you are Liberian first before you are sedition. You are a Liberian first. That's why when people ask me, I say I'm Liberian first before any political party tag on me. So we need to graduate from this.
No serious, Mara. Oh, Mara, go ahead.
Tamale, serious sedition, not serious sedition. People are doing this stuff that we're talking about. And the point of the matter is, when we hear Liberian American, Nigerian American, Indian American, this American, that American, and these people are in the heights of American politics and government and stuff, it trickles down. You have Minnesota, the largest Liberian community in the U.S.
Brooklyn Park.
35,000 Liberians or so. live in that city, and you cannot get a Liberian mayor. And this is the opportunity to have a Liberian American mayor who can sit. And we don't think about how these things reflect on the country, how it reflects on when they're talking about immigration reforms. Who do you think are the people that talk about whether you get green cards, the processes for green cards, your TPS, all of these other policies that are put into place? The people who have a seat at the table. Every day we're trying to lobby for Liberians. The other day they were just talking about renewing TPS or not renewing TPS. All of those conversations are held by people sitting at the table. If you have one of your own sitting there, it benefits you as an immigrant, as a Liberian, and it trickles down to the other Liberian society in our country. Today you have Somali Americans in the U.S. And how do you think they got there? Stanton was talking about the mayor in Montana. He's a Liberian. He was running for senator. If he wins, he could go to his state legislature. He could go to Congress, and you have someone sitting at the table when they're talking about aid to Liberia or recovery package for Liberia or USAID budget for Liberia. How do you think these decisions are made? Why do we always think so selfish about, he let my president, or he left, and we are, and what proof do we even have that this man does not? Or because he wearing a red beret? How do you strangulate an entire community in the diaspora because you think someone is not supporting the ruling party? It's kind of like, bro, we've seen the brain drain that has happened. People in Liberia who had the expertise, the knowledge, the experience to do certain work had to leave the country under this administration because they were not seditious or because they were not wearing red beret or supporting the president. See how it's affected the country today. How can we continue on this path and expect this country to grow and develop? What are we drinking?
Well, you know, let me say this though. Somebody, a Liberian that worked with one of these senators was saying something. He said when they saw the guys campaigning against this guy, don't forget you have an attorney general running in Minnesota. He's on a ballot. You got two powerful senators from Minnesota. They're all campaigning for this guy, and to see them. And the people explain to them because their group is saying that this man against the people in Liberia, so that's what they're doing it for. You know what? It's a bad press for the team. It's bad for them. But you guys can get it, you know. But
let me say this before our brother come in. We heard, and Rachel Dennis was going to vote campaign for Elliott Keith Ellison, right? Ellison, okay.
Attorney General.
Why? Now, that's the reason why. It was because through Keith, Russell, all of them, this TPS something.
Yes, they want TPS before.
They fought to make Liberia to be a permanent resident, give them status in this country.
And some of them benefiting from it.
Now they are.
Man.
I will say this to you. If you give me a second, I will go give you my TPS card. You know how we suffer to get TPS?
On TPS
for 1 year, and you got to renew it again.
Tell me that.
Coming, you got to go back and renew it.
Every year.
You're someone you're just coming in the country because of my
Tell me driving on lesson for 2 years.
Exactly.
You don't be talking about your crime.
Don't allow us to say this thing, but those people fought for these things. And because he's not a sedition, so to hell with Liberia. But our brother Kev has said that's what we do on the show. You have your right to speak.
He's because he said Joe, we are corrupt. Dala.
But the person that
doing it, no interruption.
The person that is doing it does not even live in Minnesota. The person that leading the group does not even live in Minnesota. That's another part. What's that?
I'm taking the moderator because they don't look like you want to interrupt the man.
No, I'm out. Y'all want me to go?
No, wait, let Kev finish. You can leave.
No, Kev want me to leave.
No, still, if you go, then I will go because I think.
I just want to say, Winfred Russell is also providing opportunity for US students to get a scholarship to study in the US. I have posted it on my page. Please contact him.
He the one who did. Okay, I saw that.
The one who's working with the organization to do that.
I have the whole list of his achievements. I will share the blog.
The deadline is November 15th. So if you have a girl, preferably a female student who's graduating, I will share with you, Stanton. Maybe we can talk about it.
I saw it. I saw it on your page.
Reach out to him, and they will do like the SAT study. SAT for a period of time to prepare you to take the SAT, and those who are qualified will get the opportunity to come to the US to study undergrad. So it's a
What you got to say? What you got to say?
That's one of the things that he's also
You
doing.
talk about dog whistle or
This guy stuff from that. But you folks, we're very sorry. We have to listen to Kev. It's an equal opportunity. We must listen to Kev. So bear with us. Go through the pain for 5 minutes. Let's listen to Kev. Kev.
You know, it's okay, you know, but I always say to myself after the show, I always say to myself, who laugh last, laugh the best. Next year, by this time, I will be laughing. So who laugh last? You can enjoy yourself. You can beat on me. You can do that. But October, I'll be laughing by now. Let me say this.
Kev, I will advise you during the election. I will ask you to come closer. Come closer to me. We will ask you, we'll put you in a hotel for 1 week during the election. We'll be with you by yourself. We'll call the doctors then to come around because we will be very concerned about your health.
You know,
that your pressure will not spike. But go ahead.
The thing is, my phone buzzing, the Liberian people out there, with this thing like this happening, the Liberian people can tell if people not giving us the right to speak, even though we're passing in Liberia, but they're not giving us the right. Let me say this to you. You know, politics is about your interest, what you want. At the convention last year, Mayor Collins, what he said, they should stop people from sending money to Liberia. Let them suffer. And when they suffer, they feel the pain and they will vote against George Manawia. You guys were sitting right there. You ain't say that about you. You ain't said about him. You say, oh, you're lucky. You said about him. I, Kev Hassan, should vote for a man like that. I should campaign because I'm cuckoo in the head. That would call. And Russell, those guys together, they call. I asked him about the fake picture that he put just to make the people uprise against their own government. Then you come tell me I should go and vote for a man who wants people to uprise against the populist president, my president. Seriously? Is something wrong with me? Y'all go do it. Y'all go do it. I will not knock a single door because they're against. How can people call for them to not send money, let the people suffer, and let the people rise against? You're sat there, the ANC. You're sat there. You're listening to that message. What was the outrage? What was the outrage?
Don't try to tell that.
Convention last year.
They happen.
But Russell did not say that.
He didn't say that.
It's on tape.
That's a lie to run around with. That's a lie to run away with. Don't misrepresent. Don't touch.
That's what he said.
Okay, he never said that. Russell never said that.
So you're not Russell. I said Collins. I said listen.
Collins,
why you tying Collins to Russell?
Run away with lies.
Russell. And Collins didn't say that.
Guys, you see the face of what we produce here at Spoon. Everybody asking me questions. Everybody want to push me. It's not good.
Unpatriotic. You're a nationalist.
Network. For the sake of the network, you're sitting down. You come down. You don't show your.
What I believe in is.
Sometimes you can
what I believe in, Kev, if someone does something good, I would like to recognize them. But not to make lies on them. That's
Russell and
that's
Collins.
The lies and the hit that people
You're defending Russell and Collins.
Russell never said that. And he did nothing to nobody.
I asked him about the picture. He put fake picture about Liberia. Fake picture about picture that he took from somewhere in Africa. that this little boy drinking Delhi water, he comparing to Liberia. Fake picture. I asked him here.
Yeah.
You drinking Delhi water in Liberia?
Yes, I will do it again.
Who you think?
You told me you would do it again. How can you take a fake picture to represent your country? You call that your country? You can go Liberia, take picture, fine.
Please, man. Please.
Take picture. But you know what?
If you got nothing to say, just don't say it. Those are all fallacies.
And Tomlin Johnson supporting Russell ANC.
Liberia,
ANC. I see your swing whatever you want to swing.
And you what? And Kev, you what? You reaction? You not see this? The man was secure seat.
It's a swing voter. It's a swing.
You're wrong.
The rest of you four guys, I registered member of the ANC.
When he went to expect the government to go back to him for what?
Registered member, family registered member, Ben registered member.
Yeah, at least the party say where you got identity, I got identity, you get some.
You get no identity.
That's what you say. Yeah, you're not even around there, sir. You're not even like, yo, we are shit. You don't see shit. We the real season bro.
You're not anything personal about.
We the real bro.
I can understand why with you.
Yeah, you reaction. You don't see this shit.
Let me tell you that one of the things that I consider to ANC for them taking you. That one.
But guess what now? They say we are the president, we are the mentor. You say the message you not see this shit. You we are share. Our there. Hello.
The own I give it to Tom.
Okay. I was there when the president said
you have lost one vote to comics.
Ben, I was there now when the president said, Kev, you know see this show, you're we are share. I right there, I think. Hello.
No,
the message you can see that he has lost you to comics.
Not because CDC are giving you away freely to ANC. Let's get this straight.
Yeah, you know.
The president said,
the
president said anyone that are we are sharing as sedition.
No.
Anyone who are sedition are we are sharing.
No. I was right there. No. Our three were there. Kev, can be honest. When the man said, I said, you're not sedition. He said, then we asked the president to know. The man out sedition, he asked it.
When we all were there?
No, you're not there. Y'all no, you have one earlier. Kev, the president was still here. Don't mind. When the man said, the man out sedition.
But let me say this on a very serious note. I will say this to everyone that in Minnesota. I will ask you as you follow the spoon. I would beg you, John Russell and the team, and knock those. Forget the opposition in position in Liberia. This is about Liberia. This is about Liberia. I will ask you, please, for the sake of Liberia, God first, support Russell and his team.
Please.
Make him to be the person he want to be. That he can be of greater help to our nation.
Ben lost the primary.
Accent. Look at yourself. My man, Kev, let me speak of those in Minnesota.
Kev get live, man. No problem.
Okay, I see.
But Kev, stop now.
The man won. The man a ballot.
Kev, stop.
No, he lost the primary. The man.
So how you on the ballot now?
How you on the ballot?
Because you can still go.
No, not true, Kev.
We gotta go. I'm gonna ask the question if you continue to interrupt me, Kev. Let me ask this question. Since Kev interrupted me, do you think that President we have views? Kev, should I continue or I should talk about Minnesota?
No, you're putting Zalo too late.
I'm gonna ask a question.
On Friday, you ask again.
You can say all you want to say, man. We are free country.
Okay. So, but what I can tell you,
next year, I will laugh, and I promise you guys, I will laugh. People will get mad.
As you say on the show, when the kid met with their crew, then you say, the kind of thing I coming for the country, not easy. But what?
Let me tell you something. We gotta go. But hold on, right quick. And maybe we'll talk about this. This sanction thing is serious. Ain't no if and a joke. From a diplomat, this is why he said, and this is the exact word he used. They say the government of Liberia, and this is some, have no substantiate will to prevent the upcoming sanction. And when I asked, can you interpret? And again, he said, the government of Liberia have no substantiate will, W-I-L-L, to prevent the upcoming sanction. Think about this. Let's have that conversation tomorrow.
What do you mean upcoming sanctions? New sanctions?
New sanction, yes. They got this. Our inner conversation, they said they have come to the conclusion. They have come to the conclusion that Liberian government has lost the will. That Liberian government has lost the will to prevent another sanction, which is, of course, in line with what we are hearing. They have made certain demands.
What it comes
to president we are, and maybe folks that the president can listen to this. When he came to the United Nations, they gave him certain demands. Since he returned, he has never acted on any of them. So they got some Stanton. Yeah, they said Stanton. The government of Liberia, but it's written right here. Because on my conversation, look here, you see there, you right? They said the government of Liberia has no substantial will to prevent the upcoming sanction.
Leave it.
Okay, thank you.
Leave it.
Ayana, your daddy, Achimo Frederick said, he wish you well in the hospital. He wish you well. Ayana, your daddy, Achimo Frederick, wanted to wish you well to get better.
So,
wishes to you too, Ayana.
You were at a hot office building the other day. You coming and what his name?
Ambassador Brisbane.
Stop secret.
Man, don't bring that up, man. You want to open another conversation.
After the show, we need to create our gossip session.
Mariah
was doing that, Billy. Anytime Mariah was standing up, you saw she was standing up over there.
Oh my God, I will tell you why we leave it. It's very, very concerning. Liberia need to hear this. The government of Liberia have no substantial will to prevent the upcoming sanction.
His Excellency, the president will be here in America for the President Biden Summit, African Summit. He'll be here with a full delegation. The Excellency President George Weah. Right, Kev?
Margaret Lawson, Winifred, it was good to see all
Margaret Lawson, it's good that Margaret Lawson, that's the mother-in-law.
The fuck wasn't the same in that picture or Kev?
That Edwin Snow buried man.
Wait, nobody say you got picture. Kev sent me that picture. They picture right here. Kev sent me the picture. But the time the picture dropped, Kev sent me the picture. He said Ben. He said Ben. He said Echo. Call Mariah. What an OAG.
I can tell you what they were on, and why I got the message from.
Look at the Billy. You see the Billy? Y'all Google the Billy.
Yeah, they had said it.
No, see all the people who can wear that Billy.
So that means Session coming, huh? Hey.
But Kev talk now. Kev talk.
Kev, why you talking the picture that you sent me?
The president will be here next.
Let me tell you a secret. The day before we had a meeting, I met with Kev at my place. He said, Mariah, what are you going to discuss to Congress tomorrow?
Hey,
That's because you'll be worried.
Listen, you see, there's so many pathways in election. Some of them will hold, some of them will not hold. But the only pathway to winning election is the people, and we have the people.
I agree with you.
If you come out,
he said we have the people. We got
the people have votes.
So the people, I agree with the people. Yeah, that's true.
Sanction.
We'll all go to the ballot.
We can bring.
You're 100% right. You have the people. 2017, you had the people. And I will say this to you: you have done everything to neglect the people. You have done everything to push the people aside. You have done everything to abandon the people. You have done everything to make the people to go to bed hungry. You have done everything to make the people. No. You said you have the people.
No.
Don't That's not it.
If I cannot talk, I will talk to you and arrest me.
Don't You guys
can have the show and your talk. So let me.
Yo, good night.
So let me down. Put it down, folks. Put it down.
Put it down, guys.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon, and your boy Friday the South Man.
It's always good to be here as your sound coordinator. It was a wonderful discussion. The invitation is yours to join the team, God willing, on tomorrow for another splendid presentation. James Goodeflomo is on the other end. We'll see you and the rest of the team are out. My name is Rufus Devon Connon. I lead another follow, first among equals. Of course, I'm destined for greatness. Do have yourselves a wonderful night. Bye-bye.
It's happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know.